And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Rolling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? We don't need any more of these.
Good evening. You are taking a look live right now at Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are going to try once again tonight to view the launch of the Crew-8 mission aboard the Falcon 9 rocket. As you can see in the bottom right there, about 4 minutes and 12 seconds, or 4 hours and 12 minutes, excuse me, away from that planned liftoff time. But there's a lot that's going to happen within there. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I will be your host for this evening's launch. And the good thing is, I will not be alone to help cover all of these amazing facts. I am also joined by Alex. How's it going?
Well, I'm doing great. Hopefully today the weather does much better as well than yesterday. But yeah, again we're here today for another crew launch. It's always very, I don't know. You kind of put a serious FaceTime because it's people going into space this time around. It's not a bunch of Starlinks, right? As I was saying yesterday, Starlinks do not play game cards or sign the crew accessory or anything like it. So today it's different. It's a crew mission.
Exactly. Which are both a little more frightening, but a lot more exciting as well, because human spaceflight is awesome. And of course, we have someone in the field tonight, and that will be Miss Julia Bergeron. Julia, how's it going?
Good evening, Sawyer. It is going well. We are here for take 2 of the Crew-8 launch. Unlike last night, the flag is a little bit more animated at the press site, and I'm still making up my mind about these clouds, Sawyer, so I'll get back to you on the weather later.
Yeah, the weather is definitely something that is being kept an eye on. First off, I do want to shout out that Patrick tonight will be the one pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, and running the human hamster wheel to bring you all of these images. The latest forecast that was posted was a 75% chance of favorable weather at liftoff. However, there was still a concern for weather down the ascent abort corridor. Basically, if something goes wrong, they would need to abort into somewhere designated spots along the Atlantic Ocean, and there are concerns that some of those might be quite choppy. So we're going to definitely be keeping an eye on that throughout the count tonight, which is also what scrubbed the first attempt the other day. Now, a reminder, if you have any questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. For now, though, Alex, do you mind giving us a quick overview of Crew-8?
Yeah, so Crew-8, as the name suggests, right? It's the 8th crew rotation mission to the International Space Station by the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Today it's one day off, I guess, but it is also the 5th anniversary of the first flight of a Crew Dragon that was on Demo 1 mission all the way back in 2019. Kind of feels near in time, but also it's like 5 years ago, and also it's like to me it just makes me so old just to say that. But yeah, we're carrying another 4 people to the International Space Station, but again, it is not just a routine thing, because this is only the 13th human spaceflight for SpaceX. This will bring the total of people by SpaceX to about 50. Well, not about 50 that they have launched into space. Although, well, I guess you could say about, because there's one person on those 50 that went twice. That was Michael Lopez Alegria. He went on the Axiom 1 mission and then again on the Axiom 3 mission. So I guess that was, it's actually 49 people, but one of them flew twice, so 50.
Yeah, just a little bit there on the iffy numbers. No, it is indeed 50 people. And by the way, you feel old? I was at Demo 1. Now I really feel old. And that one did not carry people. That was just a little floating Earth character that was flown aboard to the station.
Which, by the way, it appears that they might be launching it again today. So it'll be a flight-proven 0G plushie.
I believe that would be the second flight-proven one for
The
Crew
second,
Dragon.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I believe, yeah, it was, which one was it again? I think it was one of the Axiom 0G plushies, right?
Yeah, the ones
Exactly.
that were a partnership with Build-A-Bear.
Yeah. That's the one that I was thinking about.
Now, of course, we have to talk about the vehicle for tonight because it looks quite clean. Julia, can you give us a little info on the booster and the capsule?
This is a new booster. We're looking at 1083, if I remember correctly. And as you can see, it is a nice clean booster.
It is very unusual to see that. And the other amazing thing is that as clean as Crew Dragon looks, this is Crew Dragon Endeavour's, if I recall correctly, 5th flight?
It is.
Yeah, it's named after the best shuttle, so of course it's going to be one of the most flown vehicles. But look at that. Yep. That will be its 5th flight for the capsule, 1st flight for the booster, and the booster itself is set to land back at Landing Zone 1 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station about 8.5 minutes after liftoff.
That's going to be awesome.
Those are always spectacular.
Yeah. And I guess I should note here that Endeavour flying for a 5th time will make it, again, the record holder for most flights of a Dragon capsule. So it'll break its own record for most flights of a Dragon capsule, because right now it stands at 4, with a Crew 6 mission when it did that also a year ago, by the way. It launched around the early March timeframe in 2023. So we are right now again breaking another record for Dragon. And after this, it appears that they're going to be taking it off or something along the lines. Essentially, what they're looking at is trying to refurbish these capsules all the way to 15 flights. That's their goal. But they also said on our most recent conference that what they're going to do is sort of do it like an intermediate step. Like they maybe do an intermediate step. I'm guessing that maybe to 10 flights perhaps, and then go to 15. So I'm guessing that this will be taken off the rotation of Dragon capsules and then go back for a 6th flight and so on and so forth until they reach 15 flights. But definitely exciting to see all of these capsules breaking more and more records.
It really is. As we get a drone view here, it looks like, from NASA of the Crew-8 vehicle at Historic Launch Complex 39A. So this is getting close to where we got to yesterday before things ended up scrubbing. I believe the next thing, Alex, is that NASA will be handing over its astronauts specifically to SpaceX, right?
Indeed. So that's basically what we are expecting to happen around this time in the countdown. And shortly after, the crew will be starting to don their suits. They're going to be doing checkouts of leaks and communication systems out there at the ONC building. And that's the building that I was just mentioning. And they're going to be coming out from these doors and hopefully ride on their Teslas to the launch pad and get ready for flight in just 4 hours.
Exactly. And by the way, our Max Evans is out there at the crew walkout right now, so keep an eye on his social media for some awesome pictures of the crew walkout. Of course, we'll have live video for you, too. I do see people asking questions about the wet dress rehearsal down at Starbase. We are aware of it, and there will be content from there. So don't worry. We're covering Starship and Crew-8 tonight. I do want to thank some people for their support, even some from last night around the time of the scrub. Kalima, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Ma Cook, thank you for becoming Padrat.
I always love these helicopter shots.
Oh, yeah. The NASA security copters are always out there for these type of missions, so it's nice that this
I think you
camera
see
on
the
it.
new tanks that have been installed on the production side of the tank farm. Because they're upgrading the tank farm at 39A for Falcon. We can talk about that later, though. Also, maybe we can spot New Glenn as well. Yesterday I spotted it as they were flying around. So check that out in the background, like in the deep background.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye out for that. Again, that's at the edge of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which
In the
sometimes...
Starship Tower. We're going to get an eclipse here. And there we go. Starship Eclipse.
That seems to always be the case. Starship eclipses Falcon 9.
Yep. It's bigger.
Tony, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Perrin, thank you for becoming Padrat member as well, along with Davis. Jeff Coward, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above get access to the members' Discord. So hopefully we'll see you in there, along with Jordan Vogt. I hope I'm saying that right. Also becoming a Capcom member. Margaret becoming a Padrat member. And Elizabeth gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Wow. Thank you very much for the generous support there, as well as Science Bob gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you all for the very generous support. As we take a look now, you can see the suit up underway inside of the Operations and Checkout Facility, which is the O&C for short.
Mm-hmm. And look out for, I believe I talked about this yesterday, the Pad Ninjas are, most of them, SpaceX employees, but there's always one that is sort of like a NASA liaison kind of thing, right? And it's an NASA astronaut, actually. And for this one, it should be number 21, Ninja number 21. And we'll see them going all the way out there. So they basically this astronaut will go along with the crew all the way to the pad. But by then they have all of the full face covers and everything, so that there's no FOD, basically debris on the capsule or anything like it. But yeah, keep an eye on 21. That's the NASA astronaut, the fifth one, on the fifth crew member, I guess.
And from this view, I believe on your left, that is Alexander Grebenkin, who is with Roscosmos, and on the right, Jeanette Epps will be a mission specialist.
This is LDM Countdown 1 with the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We are currently counting down to a T0 of 03:53:38 UTC, 22:53:38 local, with an instantaneous window. The crew has started suit donning and lead checks in preparation to begin ingress activities, and the advanced team is currently on the way to the pad. Vehicle gases are at me up, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Weather overall looks much better than yesterday, with launch weather at a 25% probability of violation for flight through precip and anvil clouds. Current trends over the last hour appear to be more favorable. Ascent risk winds are much better than yesterday, but we'll continue to monitor precipitation in the staging area up until L-1 hour. In the event of a scrub, the next available launch attempt will be tomorrow, March 4th. Procedure 52911 is open in the event of a crew contingency from ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propellant load today. Hangar X will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will last until a spacecraft separation or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are requested to stay in their locations until lockdown is complete. And CE, do you have a report on Falcon 9 health?
Falcon 9 is healthy and tracking no issues at this time, ready to proceed.
And MD.
Dragon team is looking good over here. Dragon is healthy and ready to proceed.
Alright, copy all, and this will conclude the T-minus 4-hour brief, unless there's any further questions.
That sounds all good there. The weather, as you heard, continuing to improve. The winds looking much better than yesterday. As we take a look right there, you can see the big smiles with the good news from Matthew Dominick, who is the commander for this mission, also on his first flight. Let me continue with the questions that we have from you guys coming in. Here's one from Cassie, and Alex, I'll put this one to you. Other than Endeavour, how many Dragon capsules does SpaceX have?
What was the question again? Hang on.
Other than Endeavour, how many Dragon capsules does SpaceX have?
Yeah. It has endurance, freedom, and resilience. So it has another 3. Next year, they're going to be debuting a new one. It doesn't have a name yet because, no crew has been assigned to it yet. So the crew hasn't been able to assign a name to it. It's usually the crew that assigns the name to these capsules, the first crew that flies on them. So whenever that happens, then we'll know which is the name that they're going to be assigning to that new Crew Dragon capsule. But yeah, overall, by the end of next year, should have 5 Crew Dragon capsules.
There you go. And again, as mentioned, all of these being reused multiple times. And this one on the 5th flight for Endeavour tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Musical Wolves coming in here with the question, lunar jellyfish? I don't know if we're at the point yet where it's probably going to be too late with the sunset happening right just a few minutes ago. So probably not a lunar jellyfish tonight, unfortunately. But we should still see some great plume expansion, and the boost back burn plume interactions with Falcon, and especially on these crew missions going northeast, are absolutely phenomenal. And then another one from Musical Wolves, this is definitely an Alex question, saying, was there any update on the second stage TVC issue from yesterday? #puntoken.
Well, other than the one that we just got from the Falcon engineer on the countdown net, that no issues being tracked, so I guess they solved it. That's the update, I guess. Yeah. No issues, so there you go.
That is what
I'm
we
guessing.
want to hear.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they still had time, when they said we're troubleshooting it and, all the usual stuff that they were saying. So, look, those kind of things happen when you're like, ooh, this thing is not completely properly, but we have enough time. We're like 4 hours away from the launch, right? So they probably had enough time to work on that. And you can see there, Matthew has finished the leak checks.
Yep, that's where they pressurize the suits all the way up, balloon them up basically, and make sure nothing's coming out of that. You also see that there's connections to them. A reminder that all of their connections are linked through one cable, as you see, that kind of plugs into the leg of their suit.
Yeah.
That is going to be comms. That's how they communicate with each other in mission control. That's, airflow, air conditioning, things like that to keep them at a normal temperature. And when it comes time, pressurization. Let's see here. Here's one from Kryper Gaming. It's a simple question, but it's a good question. What is Crew-8 actually going to do?
Boy, well, they're going to be conducting a lot of science on the ISS. Sometimes the science, it's very in-depth, to be fair, so there's a lot of resources out there that you can probably look up and things like that, but usually they spend 6 months. So the list is very, very, very long, as you can imagine. Usually they work like about 100 hours, between all of the crew members on the US side every week. So it's a lot of crew hours that they spend, just undergoing science investigations. Another part is also, taking care of the hardware. When the toilet breaks, you kind of want someone to fix it, right? And so that's one of the multiple things that they do up there. Obviously, science investigations. Sometimes they don't need to be hands-on in these science investigations, but it's good that they are around so that, they can take care of them whenever they go wrong or they need to switch one thing by the other and things like that. But it's definitely always good to have these people on board so that, they can take care of the science as it progresses.
Exactly, and they'll also basically be relieving the Crew-7 crew that arrived about 6 months ago. And you were talking about the experiments, just to summarize a few of the more than 200 scientific experiments and tech demonstrations that'll take place. They're doing things with stem cells to create organoid models, to study generative diseases, the effects of microgravity and UV radiation on plants down to the cell level, and testing whether wearing pressure cuffs on the legs could prevent fluid shifts and reduce health problems in astronauts. Because if you've ever seen any of the astronauts in space, their head gets all big and puffy because the fluid is allowed to go up to their head, which is normally stopped by gravity. Let's see here. More questions. We have one here from Goliath with a $50 tip from tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you very much for that. That is unbelievably generous, and we really appreciate it. Saying, I watch Gemini launches. How old does that make me? LOL.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, you kind of win. Although back in my day, the shuttle was flying, so I think you got me a little beat on that. And then we've got Caitlin asking, what is the trajectory for tonight? I live in Maryland. Any chance I will see it? Answer is, it's very likely.
Yeah, that is actually one of these rare launches. It used to be that northeast launches, because this... So, let me backtrack. This launch is going to the northeast, essentially like hugging the coast of the United States, of the east coast of the United States. And so, it'll be probably visible all the way up to Maryland. I know that in some certain launches, it has been visible even all the way up to Maine, so far up north that it's being visible up there. Never bad for trying, right? These things, it's a bit hit and miss, but if the weather cooperates and you're looking at the right direction, which if you're in the north side of the United States, then you should look south, because that's where the rocket is coming up to you, right? And so if you look to the southwest, that should be where the rocket should be coming towards you. And let's see if you can see it, if you can watch it. Certainly, it's a bit of a hit and miss again, but never bad for trying it out.
I also love the stickers that they have on the seats there showing which missions have actually had astronauts sit there and test the suit pressurization and get them ready to head out to the pad. I love that little detail.
Are they missing one patch? I count 3 and 3, 6, 3, 9, 12. Oh no, yeah, it's 13. Okay, yeah.
It's possible that the other two seats only have 12, considering there was the Demo 2 mission only had 2 people.
True. You're right.
That could be part of it as well. You see the team still working with them there. At this point, the advanced team should be out at the pad. And what exactly does the advanced team do in preparation for astronaut arrival?
Yeah, they prepare the Dragon for the arrival of the crew. They open the hatch to the capsule. They ready all the seats and every piece of compartment before they go in, because the Dragon capsule is mostly closed off for the majority of the time that it's out there. Because if you're not doing anything with it, right? Why have it open and risk again debris going into the capsule and things like that? It's not really good to have it like that way. So this advanced team goes out there, they open the capsule, they ready all of the hardware inside, they ready all of the all of the preparations that they need to get through. Because this crew, once they get out there, they also go through FOD checks, basically foreign object debris checks. They even get clean, like their boots have protections now as they walk out. We'll maybe see them. So they're gonna have all of these preparations in place at the end of the crew access arm to prepare for the arrival of the crew.
Right. We've seen in the past they had issues closing a hatch once with, I believe it was human hair that was part of the issue.
Yeah, and this is the astronaut that I was mentioning about. This is Denise Burnham, and she's gonna be Ninja number 21.
And you can also see the liaison there in blue from Roscosmos, with one of their cosmonauts flying aboard this mission as well, in addition to the 3 Americans. By the way, I do want to give a shout out there to Jeanette Epps, who you see in the bottom of the screen talking to the pad ninja there. She was born and raised in Syracuse, New York, which is where I ended up going to school. So just shout out to the Syracuse connection.
She also is the last one to fly from the 2009 group of astronauts, right? If I'm not mistaken. Well, I lied there. There's actually another one that needs to fly that is also from that group. Jeremy Hansen, he's flying on Artemis 2.
So, yeah, it's finally, at least they're getting their chance now.
Yeah.
Some more support I want to mention here. Sebastian, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Travis, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Kimmy, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Really appreciate that level of support there. Also, with a super chat saying, keep up the great work. And Elisar, who is from our social media team, who happens to have a birthday, says, crossing my fingers for a birthday launch. Do we know what the 0G indicator is for Crew-8? They normally don't release that until they're up in space, with the exception of Axiom, right?
Yeah, and today, maybe it is Earthy, just Earthy, or maybe they'll have 2. One, the Crew-8 proper 0G indicator, and then refly Earthy. I really don't know. We know at least that they said on social media that they're gonna fly the Earthy plushie from Demo 1. But other than that, I don't think they have said anything, right?
I've not heard anything publicly, and again, as mentioned, they try and save it usually until the very end of the liftoff procedure. Once they're kind of hanging out in the capsule, it'll tend to float its way in front of the camera, and that's when you figure out what it is. While we're looking at the suit-up portion here, Ninja Guy Dan is saying, do we know if the SpaceX suits are lighter in weight than the orange suits worn by the shuttle crews? Those are some big old bulky pumpkin suits that they had there. I believe it was the ACARs? Or ACES, sorry.
ACES, yes, ACES. And then, boy, I have the the new ones right at the tip of my tongue, but I don't remember the acronym that they use for this one. But yeah, the SpaceX suits, they seem lighter, but I don't think they have said whether, what's the weight of them. They do seem lighter, but it's also a bit of a trick of the eye, because then they have a lot of like pockets everywhere, but it's covered in like the outer sort of clothing kind of thing that they have. The outer layer just basically covers all of the zippers and the pockets and things like that. They even have on the back to be able to be carried on stretchers if needed, which, for example, you can see that on recovery operations. When they come back from the station, they are usually carried on stretchers. It's not because, they're sick or anything. It's because, they've been in space for 6 months. So obviously they are not conditioned to Earth gravity yet, and so they put them on stretchers. And even that, they have these sort of straps on the back that allow them to be able to be strapped on the stretchers much easier. So you see that it is a little bit more sleek and less bulky than the orange suits, but there's a lot of hidden stuff behind all of those, that outer layer.
Right, although it is aesthetically a lot more pleasing, but the reason for the safety orange pumpkin suits there was just that of, if they needed to bail out at any point and could maintain the pressurization, that they would be able to see the orange and hopefully rescue them. They also had glow sticks originally in their arm pockets too, in case it was late at night, as another just light source to go and see them. And in terms of the seats there, these are their generic seats that they're in right now to do the pressurization checks. However, once they get on board Crew Dragon Endeavour, they each have their own mapped seat that's meant to help them, especially when it comes to absorbing the forces of launch and, after being in space for 6 months, dealing with the forces of re-entry as well. And a fun fact that I learned a while ago, that always still makes me smile is the fact that each of those custom seat liners, they get a part number, a serial number, basically. It always includes the astronaut's name. So that way when people are talking about the parts, making them, manufacturing them, checking them, double-checking them, that they realize that there's a human involved in this, and what they're doing is super important. Julia, how is the weather looking now? We heard the briefing saying things are better. We'll hopefully see them coming out of the O&C very shortly, but how's it starting to look out there now?
It is looking like the flag is, like we talked about yesterday, it is not waving anymore. And the mosquitoes have come out, which is always a good indicator in Florida that it is no longer very breezy and they can find you. So far the countdown clock is still progressing to our anticipated launch time, and I'm excited to see the crew start getting ready to roll out.
It's always exciting in that part. And again, it brings back the whole idea that this is a crew flight. There are going to be people on board this rocket. It just always blows my mind still. McLean has been asking quite a lot here. How long are they up on the ISS for, Alex?
They'll be up until August. So for about 6 months, they're going to be up there. I mean, well, five and a half months. And then at least Crew-9 is currently scheduled to launch around the August timeframe, mid-August, late August. So I'm guessing also late August, early September, because they need a little bit of an overlap. As you mentioned before, they're going up now, Crew-8. Crew-7 will come back in about a week from now. They'll have that sort of week in between where all of the crews are going to be on board the station so that they can, be able to get a hold of how the station looks like and try to accommodate and get all of the talks about how it all works and things like that once they are actually up there, because they have all their training. But obviously, once you actually go up to the real thing, you kind of need the usual tours and emergency procedures that you need to rehearse and everything. So that week of overlap is always helpful. So we're expecting this crew to be coming back again around late August, early September timeframe. And I believe they're now going to go to play the game of cards.
Perhaps? I believe so.
Yes.
By the way, just want to point out to make sure that we mention all the crew members on board. The one that was doing the little finger guns there at the end is the only person on the crew who has previous spaceflight experience, and that's Michael Barratt, who joined NASA back in 2000. So, Julia, as they get ready to deal the cards here, I believe you have the history on what this card game is and when they restarted this.
I sure do. So I did a little bit of research, did a little bit of a phone a friend yesterday, and I learned that this definitely was a game that started during the shuttle program. The tradition itself does not appear to have started until 1998, as the person I reached out to had flown 4 times and never had done it. So, fun fact, this is not a game of blackjack or war or go fish. It is a made-up game where they are dealt 5 cards. The person with the lowest card count loses. Now, the tradition goes that you will not be leaving for your ride until the commander loses. And we've asked, do they occasionally throw the game? And from the research I saw, it is considered bad luck to throw the game. So hopefully they put wiggle room in there.
I believe I've heard stories in the past where they were watching the countdown clock and going, can you lose already? We're getting close to when we need to get you out here. But I'm glad that SpaceX is continuing that tradition here.
Looks like we're playing a little bit longer than we did last night, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, did we finally get there? Nope, they're still dealing.
No. Another round.
And Julia, just because you're the sort of recovery assets connoisseur of us 3, you probably know who's the one dealing the cards, right?
Who's the one dealing the cards?
Basically,
Well, that would be
handing them over.
Shannon.
Exactly.
Shannon, correct? Yeah, Shannon. And
Shannon.
one of the recovery vessels, Shannon, I believe, is located on our coast for in case they are needed for any abort events.
There we go.
There we go. Game over. Now the real game
There we go.
begins. Oh, yes. Shannon and Megan are the two capsule recovery ships that are out there, both of whom have flown on Crew Dragon previously. Looks like they're getting their final words of wisdom. Again, a reminder, only one of the four has actually ever flown into space before, so it's a lot of people's first missions. And I think you can tell the excitement from the smiles on their faces, too.
And I can't think of anyone better to get final words from, as Shannon has, as we talked about, flown on Dragon. So I imagine she's given them some good vibes right now.
Oh, I would think so, for sure. So the next step is they're going to head on their way to a very famous elevator, make their way down to the ground floor, and walk through the famous doors that you've seen pretty much every major mission begin through. You can see it right out there. Those are the doors that the crew will be coming through before they head out to the launch pad. Everything so far appears to be continuing on track. The latest that we had heard weather-wise is that everything is continuing to proceed as planned. Let's see here. You can see the people lined up, ready and waiting to greet the crew, both with pictures and cameras, as well as probably cheers and celebration with the family up close. And you can also see all of the missions that have walked through those doors, especially all those shuttle missions up there. I see DM2.
I can see our people there.
Aha, I do too.
See the cap, right?
But yeah, it helps when the hat says NSF and it's being worn backwards. So
also D on the left as well.
Yeah.
With the pink hat. And there you go.
Yeah.
The doors again.
Shout out to Max and D who are out there for us. Alrighty. Let's see here. Again, a reminder, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight if you have more questions. Here's one from Ben, and I'll put this to you, Julia. Why the military vehicle back there?
Why the military vehicles? Well, we do have, it is kind of a marriage of operational teams between KSC and the Cape. So, and we do need to remember as well that NASA is a government-funded organization. So, military, just like in the recovery of the Orion crew vessel, military is involved, and they have the assets that are kind of the best, shall we say, bodyguards. So, and before we went on stream, actually, the emergency contingent went out, and it was led by an armored vehicle, followed by an armored fire truck. So, we're serious when we come to when it comes to the safety of our astronauts here, and if that involves military assets, we're going to take it.
Right. I believe KSC also has some of their own assets as well, and then of course there will be the helicopter that will be following them overhead. Good question. Another good question I saw is, we saw them kind of just standing around in their suits there. Mike asking, do they get hot standing around waiting in the spacesuits as they are now, Alex?
Well, it might. I do know that they have the sort of connection thing on the thigh. I don't really know the technical term, to be fair. They have like a connection to the thigh with like nitrox, I believe is what they call, basically nitrogen and oxygen mix, that they flow through the suit to be able to be refreshed. Because again, that is that is probably not very comfortable to be in, especially when you're launching in the middle of August, like the Crew-9 will do up next after this one. So it is definitely a nice thing to have. I do not know if they have it on right now, but I do know that on their way out to the launch pad, they do have that on. It's like a little, briefcase size kind of thing that they carry around, and it's connected to their thigh connection.
Right. And there you can see the astronauts ride to the pad as well. The two Teslas, in the last couple of missions, now painted black to look super sleek. And that is what will bring the crew to the base of the rocket at Launch Complex 39A. LSR, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And along those lines, Super Steph saying happy birthday to LSR as well as Dr. Holly. Happy birthday, Dr. Holly, as well. And then Josh Zero with the crazy idea of, since Starship is doing wet dress rehearsal, it's time for terrible thought of Starship V3 on top of Super Heavy booster strapped with 3 V1s.
Oh boy.
That's painful. But what isn't painful is that right there. They always get very creative with the number plates for these missions. Yes.
I didn't recognize the reference, but apparently it's a reference to Barbie.
I did not originally recognize that either. But regardless, that is they change it for each mission. We should be seeing the crew hopefully coming out now shortly.
Lights turned on, so maybe that's a good sign.
You can see all the family members there, including the young girls doing like a patty cake type game with some of the other astronaut liaisons with them. Absolutely adorable there. I do love that. And again, a reminder, each crew family does have an astronaut liaison that's assigned to them. So they're the ones in charge of helping, get them to where they need to be, getting them to the viewing site, answering any of their particular questions, things like that. Also, I shout out to the giraffe. That is adorable.
That is definitely not one that I had to draw.
Oh gosh, yeah. I guess it kind of looks like you're drawing a bit.
No, mine was worse. Even worse than a plushie.
Anyway, the lights are on the headlights there, the Teslas. The lights are on for where they'll exit the door. All that's missing now is the crew. But they will be on their way down shortly. In the meantime, the advanced team that we talked about that gets to the pad ahead of time to get things ready should be starting to open the side hatch of the capsule. That basically so that they can start getting the seats and everything in the right position, any switches or taps on the iPads they need to do, things like that. Because there's different seat positions for different parts of the countdown, right?
Different seat positions?
Yes.
Oh, of course. I was thinking of like locations of the and you're talking about the orientation. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, they have currently the sort of the seats are more like in upright positions, but when they go into a launch orientation, they basically rotate, and they have this moment that is seat rotation, and they rotate to horizontal, and that way all of the loads are through their chest, which is better than, from head to toes or things like that. That is not comfortable when you have high Gs, which, they often see on these flights, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking potentially up to 3 Gs during portions of flight. So that would not be the most comfortable, having 3 times your weight pushing down on you.
Mm-hmm.
You can see down the hallway, this is where the crew should be walking down any moment to the nearby elevator to bring them down ahead of their transport to the pad. And in the meantime, here's Mercon with a question. Julie, I'll put this one to you. Since the astronauts take Teslas to the pad, are they self-driving or do they have a driver?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. I believe in the past, as I've seen them drive by, there is a driver in the car, though. Now, whether or not it's self-driving and the person's just there in case, I'm not sure. But I would say I have a lot of faith in a Tesla, but I would love for my astronauts to be super protected, and I would like a driver in my car.
Yeah, and again, like you said, there's always someone in the driver's seat. Whether it's automated or not is another story. But you've got that, because keep in mind, you'll have the crew members in there. You've got some of the liaisons that'll also head out to the pad, like we were talking about with Ninja number 21. So a lot of things to get the crew out there and help them get on board. Here's one from Shadow Gunner as we continue to wait here for the crew. Alex, would there be a chance of launching from Vandenberg, assuming a launch Dragon tower existed there? Or would they not be able to because of overflight rules?
Well, they could launch to the ISS. That would be a bit more complicated. First, because of what you mentioned of overflying, they can hit 51 degrees, but you need to sort of like do a dogleg around Baja California. And you also have the consideration of the abort zones for Crew Dragon. They have never done a crew flight from Vandenberg, and so in order to be able to go and launch a Crew Dragon from there, then you also need to consider those abort zones as well. So that will probably entail its whole study of where to splash down if it actually needs to abort or something like that, in the unlikely case that happens. And so, yeah, that will probably take a long time. If you remember from the Inspiration 4 mission, for example, Inspiration 4 was not targeting any specific orbit inclination or trajectory or anything like it, right? They were just going into space, targeting a highly inclined orbit, but, not highly inclined, highly elliptical orbit, but not a precise heading into space, if you know what I mean, right? However, they use the same trajectory out of the Cape than they use for ISS flights, because that solves a lot of these issues with the abort zones. You can just use the same analysis that you already use for ISS missions to launch Crew Dragon on these types of missions. And so that will be a thing to consider if they were to launch from Vandenberg. Again, that will need a huge engineering process, and obviously I'm not an engineer, and I don't have all the data, so I wouldn't be able to say. It could be possible, lots of work needed. That's the short answer, I guess. It could be possible, but yeah, lots of work.
That's the quote-unquote short answer? Oh, boy. Also, don't really know, as of right now, the need for a crew launch from Vandenberg, but here you can see the crew now making their way down the hallway, waving to the camera.
That's exciting. We are now officially farther than we were yesterday.
Yay.
Crew getting on board the elevator with, hey, their pictures right behind them. As well as autographs from all the people that worked on the mission and helped support it as a sort of good luck, we're all with you. And now we get to one of the slowest elevators at the Kennedy Space Center. At least it feels that way as you're waiting for the crew to come on out. So they will work their way down, and as we were mentioning before, they will have a final chance as well to give a final in-person goodbye to their family members or friends or whomever they brought in their support group, basically, as a final chance to give them a hug, wish them well, and say we'll see you in 6 months. Let's see here. Dread Pirate Jimbo's asking, how long from orbit to docking with the ISS for this crew? Alex?
Yeah, so it should be about 2 days, or actually maybe 1.5 days. They are docking to the ISS on March 5th at 3 a.m. Eastern. That will be 800 UTC. So that should be the time of docking. I know we usually get this question a lot, that why do they take so long? But it's dependent on the day that you launch, right? The ISS is not always on the same position. It is not always the same distance relative to the launch site. And so, today it just happens to be 1.5 days. But for yesterday's attempt, it will have been only 15 hours instead. So a bit over half a day. It just, again, takes between... I think that the shortest has been 8 hours that they have targeted before, and the longest, I think it has been about 2 days. But it's a bit dependent on the day that you launch, again, because of all of the orbital mechanics and where things are located in space when you launch.
A little different from Soyuz, which can be in as little as 6 hours.
Yep, and the trick for that is to stick to a launch way ahead of time and not having, weather aboard your launch 4 hours before that happens, like yesterday. That's the trick. That's why the Soyuz can do that. It's not any technical. They just target the day that is 6 hours. All of these different times, as I mentioned, right? So they target a date that they know is going to take 6 hours, and they stick to it, and they launch because they have better weather and also a rocket weather violation criteria that is not that is strict.
Yeah, the Soyuz will launch in basically anything. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And that includes crew missions.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're continuing to wait for the crew. Like I said, one of the slowest elevators at the Kennedy Space Center. We continue to wait for everyone to make their way down to the ground floor here to then make their way towards the Teslas.
Yeah, and they often wait around. Yesterday happened as well that, we thought that they were waiting around just because, they were trying to... Sometimes they go ahead of the schedule. So in order to keep track of every event, they sometimes wait around a little bit to proceed to the next step. Because why not? When you have the time, you kind of want to take it a little bit more chill and be able to not have to be in a hurry. So sometimes they do take a little bit of time to be able to stick to the timeline. But, other times, as we saw in the past, it's also good that things are going ahead of time, because once they go to the capsule, they do these sort of leak checks on the suits. They do leak checks on the capsule itself, and sometimes they need to repeat these checks. And so, sometimes it's good to have a bit of a leeway. But we shall be seeing them exiting here very shortly.
That's what we're hoping for. Again, at this point, we have made it farther than we did yesterday. And at last check, the clock is still continuing to count, right, Julia?
Julia?
Sorry about that. I got momentarily distracted by NBC, but yes, indeed, the countdown clock is still going at my T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes, and 8 seconds.
That's what we love to hear. Countdown continuing towards liftoff, and it looks like here comes the crew.
And our lives here? Yeah. Oh my God. Now? Get. Yes, sir.
All the cheers and excitement. And now get a chance to talk to their loved ones. They are still required to keep their distance, as you see, kind of like social distancing. Not necessarily COVID, but still, they don't want the astronauts getting sick and bringing that aboard the International Space Station, and also waving right back at Grebenkin there. You can hear some of the astronauts talking to their family members as well. As well as everyone working on getting those last photos before they head off.
It was funny because when you said about not bringing stuff to the ISS, I thought it's the thing about space that you don't have any doctors up there. But the pilot for this mission is not good. He's a doctor, so actually they'll have one up there, I guess. Michael Barratt, he studied for that. He was actually part of the medical office at NASA before he flew. We'll probably touch on that later, though.
Exactly, and there's always one person on each ISS expedition that is designated as a medical officer. If something were to happen that needed immediate attention on board, they're the go-to person. So now they will take the ride. So Julia, how long is this ride about?
Oh, well, the ride from there in convoy, oh gosh, I would say it takes them about 10 to 15 minutes. First indication for me at the press site will be the helicopter flying overhead before we see the flashing lights come around the corner, but they do need to come from the administrative area over to the operational side. I give it about 10 minutes once they get rolling.
Right, and the operations checkout facility is located on the NASA Parkway there, which they will then take a slight turn onto Kennedy Parkway before making a right turn right by the vehicle assembly building and by where our cameras are at the press site. Love hearing the happiness and the laughter from everyone there. Getting those last pictures. And then they should be on their way momentarily. Now, I believe they also, in the past, have gotten to pick their music to the pad. Do we know if that's still the case?
They do. The only thing is usually we don't know that ahead of time, unless, because sometimes they actually post it on social media. They say, oh, I'm going to be listening to this music and this other thing. But this time around, I didn't see anything, though. And it looks like they are starting to roll. Bye!
There we go, one final wave, and they are now on their way to Falcon 9 at 39A, and their ride to space aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour. This is always that exciting part, and we get the ride-along view here with the dash cam. Always fun to see that. We are going to continue to follow the crew here all the way to the pad. You can see there's that helicopter view from above. As they work their way out of the operations checkout facility, down that first parkway, and then they'll make a slight right coming up shortly. You will see that all sides of the road will be closed, both north and southbound. Again, as a safety measure, as a precaution, and occasionally you'll sometimes get to see a car driving on the wrong side of the road getting a tracking shot, depending on how lucky we get. So while the crew is on their way to the pad, let's actually talk about who is on board this mission. And we'll start right here with Matthew Dominick, who is the commander. This is his first flight into space. He was selected part of Group 22 back in 2017. Prior to that, most of his experience was in the military, starting all the way back with ROTC while he was at the University of San Diego, and then eventually ended up flying FA-18 Super Hornets and going through all of that, as well as graduating from the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School. Next to him will be one of the more experienced people on board, and that's Michael Barratt. who was a pilot with 211 days in space. He spent time aboard for the ISS expedition, launching and re-landing back on TMA 14, and this will be his first flight on Crew Dragon, also launching aboard STS-133, the final space shuttle flight of Discovery. He also performed 2 spacewalks during that time in his flight, and prior to that, he became a NASA astronaut back in 2000, and as you mentioned, yes, he does have a doctorate and was originally working at NASA as a flight surgeon doing space shuttle medical operations before he ended up working on the US Mir program and then getting his chance to finally be an astronaut. Moving on now to Jeanette Epps. She is Mission Specialist 1 on this, as we were talking about, also her first flight, one of the final people to fly from Group 20, which was selected back in 2009. As I mentioned earlier, a quick shout out to, she was born and raised and went to school in Syracuse, New York, and the surrounding central New York area, including Lemoyne College, which is a local college there, before getting her master's in aerospace engineering from the University of Maryland. She has been working at places like Ford as a technical specialist in their science research laboratory previously. They even worked on a proof of concept on magnetostrictive actuators, basically help make your vehicle less bumpy on the ride. And then, as mentioned, she became an astronaut in 2009, and she was trained on both Russian language training, spacewalk training, robotics, T-38 training, geology, as well as leadership programs. And finally, we have our friend from Roscosmos. And that is, there's the Russian spelling of it. My probably butchered English pronunciation of this is going to be a little worse. Alexander Grebenkin. This is also his first space flight. He originally served, as you see there, in the technical and operational units of the Russian Air Force before becoming a member of Roscosmos. And this is part of the deal that NASA and Roscosmos basically have, where, you know, you fly one of ours, we'll fly one of yours. That usually leaves a seat for an American or one of the European partners on the Soyuz, and one of the Russian cosmonauts typically fly aboard Crew Dragon. And that is your crew for this particular mission, as they now make their way around that curve there. They should be coming up shortly on the vehicle assembly building, which is about a half mile away or so from where they are right now. This is exciting. I wonder what's going through their heads at this moment. Alex, any thoughts?
Well, if I were them, I don't know, because I'm not as awesome as them. What I would thought, I don't really know. But they usually say that they just talk to each other, they tell jokes, or they have like a moment to themselves just to take it in and things like that. They have these sort of rituals between them that every different astronaut kind of takes it differently. Again, some just talk to their driver or talk to their pal next to them, and things like that. They also are listening to music, so I guess that they enjoy the music and things like that. Maybe they sing, I don't know. But yeah, they all take it differently.
Yeah, and again, I think it's also interesting that 3 of the 4 crew members are on their first flight for this particular mission, and then you've got Barratt, who has quite a bunch of time in space already. They are now making that turn right by the VAB, so you can see the vehicle assembly building there to their left. They should be coming up to the press site and the countdown clock momentarily. You can even see the chopper overhead right above those flashing lights as they continue to track it all the way to the pad. There is normally a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, but I think they're kind of breaking that at the moment, which I guess they get a pass. And
Sawyer, you know what? It is always very, very cool to be able to wave to them as they go by. And here they come, guys. Here they come.
Yes. I usually make it a tradition when I'm out there as well to actually physically wave to the crew, whether they can see it or not. And it sounds like you're the same way. Gorgeous views of the vehicles there right in front of the VAB. On their way now past the Launch Control Center, that little extension on the end there. And now they will run parallel to the crawler way, which brought all of the Apollo missions and shuttle missions out to 39A and B, although it has since been basically discontinued use on the 39A side since SpaceX built their Horizontal Integration Facility, or HIF, right on the crawler way. Oh, you waved, right, Julia?
Absolutely, I waved, Sawyer. Absolutely. It's always special to see them go by. And hopefully we'll even get a view of them when they go across the crew access arm tonight, too.
Oh, yes. Getting to deploy some of our fancy new technology for you tonight. Like that.
Yeah.
As a live view from one of our cameras there. You can see more people on the side of the road waving and cheering them on there. Love to see it. And then the sign that says road closed beyond 39A. Not for the astronauts. That is their road.
Otherwise, it will be a very hard way to get into the capsule, right? If they wouldn't be able to go on the road.
Yeah, just a little.
One of the things that I noticed as well, because you mentioned they were passing by the launch control centers that they have there, the firing rooms. You know, SpaceX has firing room 4, but for today's crew launch, it is not being handled from firing room 4. It is from SpaceX's own Hangar X building at Roberts Road. So there is an interesting thing. It's not the first time they do a crew mission out of there, but you know, using less and less that other launch control center at firing room 4. I believe they eventually want to have everything under the same kind of facility. Hangar X essentially being, launch control center. They have fairing refurbishment, booster refurbishment. So they have all of these different things going on there, and soon more stuff on Hangar X too.
It was nice, the kind of nostalgia of controlling the crew missions from the same one that Shuttle and Apollo were controlled from, but I get it, wanting to keep everything consolidated. Right now they are driving by the former site of one of the mobile launchers that was disassembled as it's no longer being used. You can see there now their destination dead ahead, 39A. While I have a second here, I want to thank some people. Steve, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Snotgarden, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And then Nozzle, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. And Andy's dad with a $50 super chat saying, thank you so much. In for another great broadcast. I appreciate y'all. Well, we appreciate you too. So thank you very much for all of that generous support. It really means a lot. And we're able to bring you some of our camera views here. And as they continue along towards the pad, what's kind of the deal of getting them to the pad? Like, where do they park? What do they do once they get out, Alex?
Yeah, so right now they're going to be approaching the ramp. They're going to go up and next to the crew access tower. Well, I guess the fixed service structure. And so once they get off the cars, they're going to go out to a support building right around the corner. I'm mostly sure that that's sort of the last pit stop, I guess, for them in terms of restrooms and things like that. The ninjas also get prepared for going up the tower and going down the crew access arm. So in that time, those ninjas kind of get prepared for that. And then once the astronauts are ready, they do the traditional lean back to the rocket. You can see they're going up the ramp now. It is something to look out for on every single crew flight. They go up and lean back and look at the rocket from the bottom, from the deck of the launch mount. It is always quite amazing because it gives quite a perspective.
There you go, and that is what the view is like for the astronauts getting up there. All of a sudden, you're at the top of the ramp, and oh yeah, here's your ride to space.
And that's the tip of the TE. That you see there that they had in front of them. That's the top of the TE that they change. That's the one for fairing flights of Falcon 9. But yeah, you can see the scale of things, how big everything it is. Like, that's just the tip, and it's ginormous.
That is a really good size comparison there for how things are at 39A. It's pretty big. Cars continuing to drive around a little bit there. And then they will head up the fixed service structure, which you may have heard on Shuttle Sundays, which started today on Space Coast Live, us talking about the fixed service structure that is at the pad, and everything they'll be doing going up the tower, and that is the same fixed service structure that was used for the entire space shuttle program at 39A. They just removed the rotating service structure, and SpaceX, being SpaceX, gave it a real nice coat of paint, made it look nicer, and then added their fancier crew access arm, which also had to be done at a different level since the shuttle and Falcon 9 are at very different heights. We should be able to see the crew hopping up. Oh, go ahead, Julia. What?
I was going to say, as you mentioned that the crew access arm has changed heights, something very special did move with the crew access arm. Do you know what that thing was, Sawyer?
You talking about the white room?
The telephone.
Oh, the phone, yes.
So the phone that we will see them use is the original phone from the crew access tower during shuttle.
It's a part of the tradition as well, a final place to make the call and say another non-in-person goodbye, either to someone on the ground again or someone that couldn't make it to the launch, let's say, to get one more Earth call before they head on board. And a reminder, once they are on board the International Space Station, they do have access to the internet, so they do get private video calls with family. They're able to text with them and email them. And I believe there's also just voice communication as well with them. But this is just the final Earth goodbye for it. We are now coming up on the T-3 hour mark until launch. This is where it gets exciting. Well, I mean, it's all exciting to me personally, but it continues to get more exciting. Yeah, continuing along here, while we're waiting for the crew to hop on out of their Teslas, you can see the doors already open there. And hopefully we'll get a view of the crew doing the lean back, which goes back to Alan Shepard's first flight aboard the Mercury Atlas, where once he got to the pad, he leaned back, looked up at the rocket, and it became so iconic that all of the SpaceX astronauts have continued that tradition, or at least astronauts flying on SpaceX, I should say. Julia, Richie Nixon is asking, is it still a payphone?
No. No payphone. I imagine in a sense, though, it is a landline, but not a payphone.
Yeah, probably. Although that would be kind of funny to have to put in a quarter to make one last call there. There we go. You can see the base of the rocket there, as well as the base of the giant water tower, which, a question along those lines, that diabetic kid asking, have they already filled the water tower, Alex?
So the way that they fill the water is actually they have like big reservoir tanks in between the Launch Complex 39A and Launch Complex 39B areas. You can sort of see them on the like on Google Maps. If you look at it, there's like in between, there's like this patch of land where you can see like multiple big tanks, and that's where the water is actually stored, and then it is pumped up the tower during the countdown. I don't know if it is something that they are doing right now, but usually towards the end of the countdown, around T-1 minute or so, you'll see like a little bit of a I guess a stream of water coming out from the water tower, and that means that it is already full at the levels that they want to. That is not where they store the water, though. That's a key point. That's just, it's up there for the sake of having some gravity to push down the water through a water deluge system, but the storage system is actually of the launch complex. So we don't really have a way to know whether it's already full or not. But we'll know when it's full because, we'll see that stream of water coming out from it.
And shout out to Ninja Guy Dan for correcting me on that one. Yes, it was the Mercury Redstone rocket that Alan Shepard flew on. They started using the Mercury Atlas for John Glenn's orbital flight. Just want to make sure I correct that. That is the crew access tower that the crew will be walking to and then getting on board. I love how fancy this one looks. If you've seen it at the Kennedy Space Center, if you go on the tours, they have one of the walkways in, and it just looks like it's a metal steel plank with a white room at the end, whereas this one, you've got the fancy windows, and it almost looks like a jet bridge entrance here connected to Dragon. And then you can see on the right the NASA and SpaceX logos, each of which are signed by crew members that fly, and depending on which organization they are flying under is which one they sign. So all the private missions for SpaceX, such as Axiom, Inspiration 4, sign the X, and all of the crew missions for NASA, including Crew-8, will sign the NASA meatball around it. And you can also see those seats in the position ready for them. Do you know what that tube is going in there, Alex?
Probably for ventilation, to keep everything ventilated inside of Dragon. That is one of the preparations that they do, as I was mentioning. There you go. That's the crew. Will we get the lean back?
Let's see if we get the lean on camera. Yep, they're walking backwards. And there it is. Their suits are a lot more stiff than previously, so it's a little harder to lean back. But they did it. It's always fun to see the reaction, both the little laugh of doing it, but also the fact that that's scheduled to launch in under 3 hours from now.
They're being blocked by that liquid oxygen tank there.
Darn liquid oxygen tank.
That's the one that they use for the IM-1 lander.
And you can see them getting on board now. Which, Julia, we've seen pictures that SpaceX has fancified the button to get to the place that they need to get off to board inside that elevator.
I see it now on our view, and it says space, and I think that's pretty fancy.
Yep, you've got the Earth level on the bottom and space level on the top, and all the other ones are foot markers on there. So that's where they should be getting off first. They'll get to make their phone call, and then they will walk up a little bit to get to the crew access arm. Everything continuing exactly as planned up to this point so far. Let's see here. Let's take another question while we wait for the crew to come on up. We're taking a look at all the crew things at 39A. You know this question's coming, Alex. Any idea when we might see the first crew launch from Pad 40, which just recently received its crew?
Yeah, so right now, I believe NASA and SpaceX are looking to have first a crew mission, a cargo mission out of there to be able to, certify the pad and make sure that it all works as intended. And later on, they'll go with a crew. Right now, they're looking at Cirrus 30 being the first cargo mission, and then Crew-9 being perhaps the first one using Pad 40. But again, all of this is subject to change. Usually, not always the timelines work, and so it kind of depends.
Final 2 crew members there giving their lean back as they now get ready to hit the space button on the elevator and head up. I still love that. Continuing along here, Stephen Clark is asking, do any of the astronauts get to keep their suits afterwards?
I don't think so, unless now they do. I believe early on they had to sort of give them to NASA. Excuse me, not to NASA, to SpaceX, excuse me. They had them to... It's because I'm seeing the NASA logo there, so that's why I said NASA. They had to give them to SpaceX, because then SpaceX can reuse them for training and things like that. But oftentimes, like in a very rare occasion, they do actually get to, put those suits out on display, for example, or keep them around somewhere. Usually, I think not for private possession, though.
As mentioned, they're walking up the flight of stairs where they will see their other crew members getting ready to make their phone calls and board. You can see one astronaut already on the phone there. And just showing off our zoom there on that new camera is absolutely gorgeous. Let's continue along here. I do want to thank some people while the astronauts are making their phone calls. Want to call out Angela, who said thank you for the coverage. God bless the crew. Wolverine Transparency, thank you for the support. And Sideshow Bob, Julia, this is for you. How is KSC security night? And a tip from tips.nasaspaceflight.com for some bug spray.
Oh, I appreciate that tip. The NASA security is definitely in the form of mosquitoes tonight. All of our gators shall be probably underwater already resting for the evening. It's not that warm out. So thanks for that bug spray. It'll keep that security patrol away from me.
Yes. And then here's another interesting question from Telstar86. This is probably an Alex question again. How does the ISS get its oxygen? Does it get deliveries on cargo craft, use scrubbers, combination?
They obviously have a combination of things here. They get deliveries from cargo missions, but also they are able to, essentially be able to recycle some of this oxygen while they are on board.
You can see the crew signing their names as we were talking about, joining the other Crew Dragon astronauts from NASA or under NASA to fly aboard from 39A here. And that appeared to be Michael Barratt with who's about to sign now. Prior to that, that was Commander Matthew Dominick who put his signature on there. Then once they complete this, they will start getting ready to enter the vehicle. I also love how their gloves are designed, even though everything's pressurized, be able to just unzip it to actually use your hand. And also, quite importantly, is that they allow you to work on touchscreens.
Yeah.
Because as we'll see once we get onboard views inside the vehicle, turns out that, yeah, they definitely have a lot of touchscreens there and very few physical buttons and switches.
In fact, the only switches and buttons they have is just for the most necessary things that they have to take care of. And then they also have a handle for the manual activation of the abort system, which we hope it never has to be used, of course.
Always. We are always hoping for a successful mission. And you can see them double-checking everything with their suits before they're re-putting the gloves back on, which I love how they have the little sort of rubber bands attached to them to make it easier for them to zip it themselves. So you're not using gloved hands to try and find a tiny zipper. You also see them removing the cover from where all of those connections will attach to their suit. The ones that include communications, life support, basically air conditioning, things like that, air to breathe, especially once the suits are then also pressurized. Looks like the second half of the crew there just about finishing up their phone calls. Again, you can see there Jeanette Epps being partly blocked by Alexander Grebenkin. And now, first crew member is boarding Endeavour.
That's a good sign.
And love this view always, looking straight down the crew access arm as they make their way towards the ship. This part doesn't get old. Absolutely beautiful. And they will do the same thing of then going and signing the wall. Final words and waves there as well from Mr. Grebenkin. And now the pad ninjas there working to strap the commander and pilot into their seats, which are the ones that are located higher up and closer to those screens, especially once the seats get rotated. Which, as much as we've seen missions with 4 people on it, technically Dragon capsules can carry up to 7 people, right, Alex?
Yes and no. So there's a bit of a caveat there. For now, they're carrying 4, and I don't think they have plans to carry 7. But it could be done if you're willing to not take a better than let's say better than pleasant kind of splashdown. I believe the reason why I don't put the row 3 seats below is precisely because of these orientation of these seats going up and down as they rotate. And for splashdown, you know how they are right now in sort of like a vertical orientation? For a splashdown, they also have it a little bit tilted upwards in this sort of orientation. So in that case, if you were below the seats, you will not be able to be there. You will not be able to rotate vertical. That's the problem. And so you will have to endure a bit of a less pleasant kind of a splashdown environment, but still, you will probably make it safely. So right now, that sort of 7-seat arrangement, it's more of a contingency thing that they could do in case, for example, of an emergency. There was at one point that consideration of maybe carrying a 5th seat down in case they had some kind of issue on the ISS when they had one of the Soyuz was sort of stranded. It was not possible to come back with it, and so they had like a makeshift kind of seat that was the 5th seat on Dragon. It was actually this Dragon. It was Endeavour. So it was the same Dragon for that one. Now all 4 astronauts seem to have gone on board. And
getting that thumbs up there.
Yeah. Things are going good so far. We're 2 hours, 45 minutes.
Should be close to pretty much on time of when we are expecting that. We're still probably about 40 minutes away or so from the official time for the closure of the side hatch. It doesn't mean that it might not happen sooner. A lot of times they try and get ahead of the actual schedule at this point in case something does come up where there's an issue getting the seal. We've seen issues with people's suit pressure checks that they wanted to look at. So having that extra wiggle room time allows them to work through any trouble, considering that the actual T0 time is instantaneous. All right. Reminder, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight with your questions, but Julie, I'll put this one to you from Ship 26. We were just talking about undocking. About how long after Crew-8 docking does Crew-7 undock, and we get to see their capsule come back to port?
There is a handover period. So as Crew-8 gets there, Crew-7's going to hand over command, and they're going to go over what needs to be kind of carried over from mission to mission as far as science experiments. We'll call it an orientation period, and for our newer astronauts to the ISS. And that gives them, I believe it's about a week to 9 days before they plan to undock. And of course, that is always weather permitting.
Exactly.
The last navigation hazard warning is because obviously they need to send notices to mariners and things like that of when there might be a hazard on the ocean. Obviously, if you're landing a capsule from orbit on the ocean, then it's kind of a hazard. I believe these notices, the sort of date that they seem to be targeting is around the 9th. So I would expect maybe an undocking around the 8th and then coming back on the 9th.
That is what we hope to see, and then coming back with the nice toasty charred capsule back as well. And I'm sure Julie will be at the port to greet it for its return.
Hopefully so, hopefully so. We always like ourselves a toasty marshmallow.
Isn't that the truth? And now I'm hungry. Well, T-minus 4 hours, 42 minutes until T0 here as the crew continues to get strapped in on board Crew Dragon Endeavour, the crew of 4 on this Crew-8 mission, heading to the International Space Station where they will spend 6 months aboard the orbiting laboratory, living, working, and conducting all different kinds of cool science experiments during said time. As of right now for the forecast, it is, as you can see there, now 85% go, which is a slight improvement of the 75% go that we saw earlier.
Dragon CDR.
Dragon SpaceX, loud and clear from Hawthorne. How you doing?
We're almost strapped in. We'll get you a real time check here in a minute.
Copy.
As you kind of heard there, that was just a singular little quick comms check. There will be a full comms check that will happen very shortly, in which they go through quite a few different methods.
SpaceX, PLT for comms check.
Pilot, loud and clear. How me?
Charlie 2. Good to be with you guys tonight.
You as well, Mike.
It's always great to hear these comms.
Yes, and then soon you'll hear the official comms check where they check on air to ground, space to ground, and I believe TDRS is its own category.
Mm-hmm. And then they also do it. They do it for Hawthorne, and then they do it also for the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center. So they have to do multiple different comms checks.
Yeah, you will definitely hear them, that is for sure. We'll make sure that you can hear all of those callouts from the Launch Control Center and the different mission control centers located across the country helping with this mission.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Want to thank some support for a moment. Jamesh, thank you for the generous super chat, saying, as always, thank you for the amazing coverage of all things space, including working double time while a WDR possibly happening as well in Boca. Bless you all, bless the crew, safe travels. Yes, we have dual streams ongoing right now, so pop open 2 tabs so you can watch both, the wet dress rehearsal there, and then the launch here. And then Deborah Jean also saying, safe journeys Crew-8, our dreams are flying with you. And then World of Opportunity saying, good luck from Croatia, excuse me. And Plasmic becoming a Red Team member as well. Absolutely generous support there as we get the final thumbs up from the crew before they start working on all of the hatch closures and final steps to prepare to launch them. Always love the little wave there.
I believe they're about to perform the comms checks. So we'll keep an ear out on that when it happens.
You could also see them currently kind of trying to tap on the touchscreens and barely able to lean their head up to see them. This is prior to the seat rotation for the launch position, which once they do that, it will be a lot easier to be able to reach those screens and see them and read them. Loving this so far. Everything's looking pretty good. Caitlin with a good question, and I'm not sure I know the answer to this, but what do they keep in those white rectangular bags that are on their leg?
Yeah, so there they usually have on top like a little tablet kind of thing, and then they have on the bag itself they have the manual version of it. Oftentimes they have things like the checklist on their tablets, but obviously if the tablet were to fail, then you have always the sort of manual and well-trusted paper version of all of that. And they have like the pencil, of course. They also have a normal pencil as well, so that they can use the paper version. But usually that's what they have there, all their checklists and all of the procedures written down. And they have the obviously they have the main screens, but it's always good to have a backup or some kind of alternative place where you can write down things. They usually write down essentially things like the times for when things are going to happen and things like that, and so they can use that tablet for that sort of thing to keep following the checklists and all of the procedures.
And that follows along the lines of a question from Christina saying, from Steven asking, are they allowed to bring their cell phones with them?
Ready for com checks, 1.4.
There we go.
The answer is they have their tablets.
Copy, let's do it. Let's go left to right across the vehicle. MS1, Commander, Pilot, MS2, com check.
MS1, com check.
Jeanette, loud and clear.
Loud and clear as well.
Com check.
Matt, loud and clear.
Keep saying.
Com check.
Mike, 5x5.
The same.
Full com check.
And Alexander, loud and clear. Thanks all. Good evening, Crew-8. That's the umbilical com check. And next up is seat rotation. Report when ready for that.
Ready for rotation.
Copy, standby 1.
As we've been discussing, that's when they're going to rotate those seats into the launch position. Right now, they are pointing towards the side hatch. Once complete, they will be facing where the nose cone is at the top of the vehicle, which is also the entryway that they'll use once they dock to get aboard the International Space Station. And based on their helmet positions, I have a feeling that Nat and Mike are going to be a little more comfortable looking up at that screen once they roll back, because that does not look comfy.
Dragon SpaceX, initiating seat rotation.
And you'll actually get to see the rotation itself, and there they go.
I wonder if the seats do like when they rotate. Kind of feels like they should.
I would hope so. It feels like something that you'd see at a ride at an amusement park of, like, the space shuttle launch simulation inside the Atlantis exhibit of moving the seats back, and you can hear the ride operator going, "Please keep your hands inside the vehicle at all times." And there we go. Their seats are now in the correct position. So as of now, they are lying on their backs with their
Dragon
eyes pointed up.
SpaceX, we see 4 seats in the launch position.
Thank you, guys.
And with that, you go for Section 2, suit leak check prep.
Stepping in.
So as you heard there, the next part of this is going to be another suit leak check. You saw when they were suiting up in the O&C that they also had already tested the suit, puffed it all the way up, and made sure that the pressurization worked. That, however, was using a pump on the ground. At this point, they're now going to test the pressurization using the cables that are connected to their suits and make sure that everything pressurizes properly and that there's no leaks. And as I was mentioning, I believe it was Crew-6 where it almost got delayed because they were trying to fix a suit leak on someone's suit, but they thankfully had extra time built in and were able to get it fixed and launch. Well, that's why there's 2 of them. So maybe as a reminder for those just joining as the crew gets in, while we have this gorgeous shot of the vehicle, do you mind just giving us a rundown of booster and capsule?
Dragon care complete. Ready for the checks.
Copy, we see it. You're go for section 3.
Let's see.
Hey, go for 3.
Maybe now? I was about to talk and I heard the ping. Okay, so the booster for this mission is a completely new booster. It's B1083. It's going to be the first flight for this booster. It'll be returning back to land at LC1 back at the Cape. So if you're a local, definitely keep an ear out for those sonic booms. Then the capsule, though, it is definitely not new. It's actually the oldest one of the fleet. It is Crew Dragon Endeavour. It is the one that first flew people on board with Bob and Doug on the Demo 2 mission. That was a long time ago. And it'll be its 5th flight on this mission. And I believe now they are undergoing leak checks, as you can see there.
You can see
they're
the
inflating
up.
Yep.
You can see quite well on the left.
Yeah, and speaking of the left, you can also see there the 4 patches for the previous 4 flights. So you can see very clearly that it's flight proven. Even though the outside is clean and white and it's not, marshmallowy, I guess, like when it returns, it is definitely flight proven. And actually, the last time it launched was about a year ago on the Crew-6 mission. It stayed 6 months up in space, docked to the International Space Station. It returned, and 6 months later, it is right here on the launch pad, waiting for a liftoff in 2.5 hours from now.
That is exciting. And as we saw earlier, the weather continuing to look good at this point.
I believe I heard also that the ascent corridor weather, it seems to be improving as well. So hopefully we'll get a launch today. Because that was a watch item for today. It was the thing that scrapped yesterday, the launch. But so far it seems like it is improving. So, think good weather thoughts.
Yeah, that is always the plan. Which, by the way, we talk about the ascent abort corridor, and basically it's a way for them, if something happens at any point that they need to activate the abort system, either by pulling the handle or commanded automatically by the vehicle, that they splash down somewhere safe. So can you talk a little bit about these abort zones?
Yeah, these zones are up the coast of the United States. They often have like multiple locations. I don't remember fully the whole number of them, but they go all the way out to basically off the coast of Ireland. If you can think about how it goes out to the northeast, so it goes hugging the coast of the United States and then crosses the Atlantic. That's sort of the trajectory that they do. And the furthest away will be in Shannon, off the coast of Ireland. So they have to track all of those locations that they could, in theory, splash down if they were to have an abort situation during launch. Again, a very unlikely situation, but they need to be sure that that everything is correct. Because again, once the abort happens, especially as you still are through the atmosphere for a portion of it, you need to make sure that the winds are correct. Okay. Good leak
Copy,
checks.
Dragon. We see the same for good leak checks. At this time, the closeout team is going to hop back in the vehicle for final closeout steps before exiting the capsule. Your go for section 4.
Section 4, thank you.
That's great news. And so as the Dragon also comes down, it also needs to go through the atmosphere again. So obviously you want the weather to be good, right? It briefly probably goes up into space, but definitely the weather is very important because otherwise, recovery operations will be very dire in that situation. And also can damage the capsule and things like that, but let's not get into that.
Right. There are multiple abort stages, and it's very likely that you will hear them throughout the launch as they call out. For example, the first one is 1 Alpha, which is basically from T0 to about T plus 1 minute, basically right around max Q, which point it has a sort of zone that would land somewhere between Florida and North Carolina. And basically the requirement is, if needed, they need to be able to get to them within an hour. So that's also why they keep an eye on the seas, both for the astronaut's sake and the ease of being able to get out recovery crews in the event of that. Of course, we hope it never happens, but you always have to prepare just in case. As mentioned, the Pad Ninja's there. I still don't think that's the official name, but that's the name that everyone's kind of adopted for them at this point. Doing their final checks inside the vehicle. And then the next big thing will be closing the hatch, which is not as simple as just closing a door, right, Alex?
Yeah. They have this sort of seal in between the hull of the capsule and the door itself, and that needs to be a tight seal, because that door won't be open for another 6 months. That's the one that they use for recovery, and it needs to be very well sealed as they go up into space, and there's no way to try to reseal it or anything like it while you are in orbit. So it really needs to be airtight and not leak at all. And anything, even a tiny hair, can essentially mess up that tight seal. I heard a tone, but no words.
Yeah, a little teaser there.
Okay.
They're trying to keep us on our toes. And for those who don't know, that tone is actually called a Quindar tone and goes all the way back to the early days of the program. That is basically just letting the ground and the crew know when they start keying up their mic and when they stop keying the mic, so they know, A, to listen up, and B, when they can respond to it.
Mm-hmm.
Which I totally don't have that as my text notification sound. Totally not.
Of course you would. Nerd.
Also, I've been slacking on the puns here, so, hey, Alex, we were talking about closing the door. When's a door not a door? When it's ajar.
I knew
Dragon,
you were going to say
SpaceX
something like
Comcheck.
that.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Copy loud and clear. That was over the TDRS network. That's the launch configuration. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD.
Dragon.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear. How many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
MD Dragon, Dragon to ground, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
LD! Dragon, loud and clear. We're excited.
Hey, Vic. Got you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
LD Dragon, Frank, we got you loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. And Dragon, that'll do it. Launch configuration comm checks complete.
Dragon.
Now, Alex, we heard them making different calls to, I believe they connected with the DC, the LD, and the... which, shout out to Mike. I believe that was Mike Barratt who screamed that out there. It was great, though.
Yeah.
What are these different people that they're talking to?
Yeah, mission director, I'm imagining MD is the mission director. I'm mostly sure that the mission director is at Hawthorne, and then the launch director is at the Launch Control Center, I think. But because that's the LD that they yelled of the ComsNet. But yeah, different centers, different locations that they have. Because one thing is the launch, but another thing is the mission. And the mission is not the launch. The launch is not the mission. It's two different things. That's a bit of an inside joke, I guess, from a past discussion that we had on a previous live stream where we sort of brought up the fact that, you know, when you have a mission failure, it might not be a launch failure. Amos 6 is the example of that. Yeah, it is definitely very interesting to see the reactions of each of the different callouts. I still cannot get over the fact that he just yelled LD.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I absolutely love that. Let's see here. I do want to thank more people now while we have a break in the astronauts talking. Steve Kalvik, thank you for the message. How likely is the movie ISS going to happen after docking? Unless they mean move in after docking? I mean, how long does it take for them basically to dock and then finally get on board?
How likely is the movie? Yeah, I really don't understand the question unless, as you mentioned, like how do they get there, right? Well, they use the Draco thrusters on the Dragon capsule to be able to perform, you know, these sort of facing burns and approach burns and the co-elliptic burns, as they call them. Basically, different maneuvers as they go around the Earth to be able to catch up with the ISS. And, you know, the catching up is just orbital mechanics. You just have to know precisely when to perform your burn and how to change your orbit in order to be able to catch up. But at the end of the day, physics does all the work.
Yeah, that pesky thing, that orbital mechanics, gravity, they're all, yeah. What can I say? These aerodynamic forces are such a drag.
Oh, boy.
Again, I do see a bunch of people asking if they can see it from their location. I saw someone from Miami. I saw someone asking if they could see it from New Jersey, which, shout out to my former home state. Can you kind of explain the trajectory on where this is going to get to the ISS?
Yeah, so for this mission, Falcon 9 is going to launch to the northeast, hugging the east coast of the United States. It's going to be running parallel, basically, to the east coast of the United States. And so, for example, the people that are south of the launch site, you need to look north in order to be able to watch it. And if you are north of the launch pad, you obviously need to look south. But it depends. For example, if you are in somewhere in like northern Florida or in Georgia or south or the Carolinas, then you need to go to the southeast. If you look to the southwest, you probably are looking inland. That might not be the best. But if you are a little bit further up the coast, then you need to look to the southwest because it kind of depends on your perspective of the launch trajectory. So that is more or less, again, it is not an exact science because sometimes the weather plays tricks on the visibility. And also it also depends on like where exactly you are located. And so, if we had the opportunity to actually have like an exact way of telling this, we would. But my recommendation, as always, is look to the direction that you should be looking at, depending on your location. Again, if you are south, look north. If you are north, look south. But depending on where you are north, if you are closer to Florida, then it's more southeast. If you are farther up the coast, then southwest. And if you see the Falcon 9, good. there's nothing bad trying it, as I usually say.
Exactly, and as pointed out with this one, we're used to Starlinks, which go southeast and land on a drone ship near the Bahamas for the first stage, whereas this is going that northeasterly, basically hugging the east coast of the United States, hence east coast, west coast, but you should be able to see it potentially in New Jersey. At that point, I believe you'd be seeing the second stage, so if there's enough plume expansion and the lighting's just right, you might get a chance to see it. So, like you said, worth a try.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a good question from Christina, as we see the crew doing their final checks here and taking some pictures, it looks like, as well, in addition to their checklist. Where do the people in black go after they get the crew in their seat and inside of the cabin?
They depart the launch area, the blast danger area, as they call it, and then they basically go to a safe distance. I don't know exactly what is the location that they go to, though, but they do leave the area, and so we'll see them actually, perhaps, going out and leaving the ramp at the launch site.
That is probably what we'll see, and along those lines, Rankley saying, Sawyer, you're lacking on the puns. I was disappointed you didn't say things are ramping up when they were pulling up to the pad. Godspeed, Crew-8. Now's my chance of redemption there. It looks a little late, but still. Yeah, they'll be ramping down their operations and then ramping down the ramp. Yeah, might be a little too late. Here's a fun question, which I actually know the answer to. Patrick Leone asking, did an astronaut, while laying on their back, ever fall asleep waiting for blastoff? Yes. It has definitely happened.
Multiple times.
Yeah. Those cool, calm, collected astronauts that you hear all about actually are, to the point where when you're sitting in the craft, I believe for shuttle it's closer to 3 hours. It's you do get tired, so you lay down, fall asleep. Obviously, a lot of people for their first space flight, the adrenaline's pumping, things like that. And especially if they're a mission specialist and they're not, commander, pilot, doing anything super necessary during the launch procedures, they'll take a nap.
And as you can see there, they're now looking through their pictures. They have taken pictures of the seals and all of the important hardware, and they're sending it to the engineers in console to be able to make sure that there's nothing. Once they did this sort of procedure, and then they said, we have found this little thing, so please remove it. So they usually have, because obviously they are, I guess, experts on checking on those things, but they may miss things, and so that's why they take these pictures, they send it over to other engineers outside of the blast danger area, so that, they can, more eyes, more better, I guess. More checkouts of that seal is better, because, you never can be, I don't know, more safety features, I guess. It's more safety reviews. It's always good to have. I was going really with another thought, but I was wording it so bad.
Yeah. That's a hard one to word. So we'll continue along then. We were talking a little bit about this earlier, that they will be going aboard the ISS for a 6-month stay while performing multiple different science experiments and tech demonstrations, more than 200 of them in total. The other thing that I didn't get to mention is that there are also visiting vehicles that they will get to see arrive at the space station, which, as of now, that includes CRS-30, scheduled to launch, as of now, later this month. They'll be able to then send some of those experiments back down to Earth with the thanks of the downmass capability of Dragon. And then they also are currently scheduled to be aboard the station when the Starliner crew flight test occurs. What are your thoughts on that?
We'll see, right? It's been a long time coming, and we'll see if it actually happens. I'm more positive this time around that it's actually going to be happening.
Yeah, and do you know what else is happening? Julia's finally getting an opportunity to go onto the VAB roof for this launch.
Wow.
Julia, how's the excitement level? She's speechless, I tell you.
Oh my goodness. See, I did a jack. I wasn't muted, but my directional headset wasn't right. Which gives you an indication that I am very, very excited because, true story, I was not actually originally selected for the VAB roof, but I was number 2 on the waiting list. So when Max said that he had a very important message for me, he said, "Get your gear ready, girl, you're going on the roof." So guess what, viewers? We're going to see if I will get a great signal up there on the roof, and hopefully, once we get up there, I can do some commentating from that POV.
We will hope so. And in case you're wondering what that POV is, the camera that you're seeing on screen right now is a live look at the pad from on top of the VAB roof. So, Julia, you are in for quite a treat, it sounds like.
Absolutely. I cannot wait. And I cannot wait to see the views that Max gets with our new gear by our hut.
Exactly. I know you got to get lined up there, so hopefully we'll be able to talk to you from aboard the roof of the VAB.
I'll hopefully talk to you soon, Sawyer.
If not, enjoy the launch from an amazing vantage point.
Thank you.
That made me happy. I know Julia's been wanting to go for so long, and, you get ways listed. It's like, all right, maybe there's a chance, but not getting your hopes up, and then, boom.
Yeah. And if you want to know how it feels to actually go up there to the roof, Max went out there, I think, for Axiom 3, right? And so if you're a member of the channel, you can watch that on the members section. We have a behind-the-scenes video for that.
We do. Definitely check that out. It's amazing to get up there with inside all the historic buildings, the elevators, and then the view. Oh, it's amazing.
Because because you mentioned the view, but the thing that surprised me is that you have to go through the VAV inside. So you see all of these, structures and everything that they have to be able to build all of these rockets inside. And so it is really, really cool.
Yeah. I'm just as excited. And also, I saw you in chat, Jack. Tell me that's not pulling a jack. Thank you, Mr. Field. Continuing along, since we were talking about the fact that Starliner is coming up here, it's when do you think we'll actually see Starliner, per Andrew?
I'm hopeful for that late April launch. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They have had issues in the past, but fortunately it seems like they are getting back on track. So hopefully we're going to see that launch in the April timeframe. That's sort of where we're thinking that they'll be looking for launch. I believe the latest one that they mentioned was April 22nd, but usually the ISS traffic is also at play here because, as you mentioned before, there's going to be other visiting vehicles. There's going to be a Cargo Dragon going up, then Starliner goes up, and both are going to be docking to the same docking ports. Well, technically not the same docking port, but essentially they have two docking ports. So if you have a Crew Dragon, a Cargo Dragon, you cannot launch a Starliner because it uses the same kind of docking port systems. And so the Cargo Dragon needs to return in order to be able to launch a Starliner. And so we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's an international docking adapter for a reason. So that all the vehicles can dock to essentially the same ports, but like you mentioned, it's getting busy up there. It's got to be one open for them. Let's see here. I want to thank Joseph for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, which hopefully we'll see you there. And you can back me up in that the pictures that Jack posted in Food Chat are not bagels and not a bialy. They're lies. Musical Wolves saying, "Where is Sawyer's Pun School? Welcome. You are enrolled, whether you like it or not. Jurwa with the generous support saying, special request for Julia to record the VAB squeal, although if I was up there, I'd be the one squealing. Yeah, I could see that being the case, definitely. Don't know if we'll necessarily get the VAB squeal on the launch because it is from 39A as opposed to 40, which is more of a direct line. But for the booster landing, we should hopefully get some of those VAB squeals along with the sonic booms, which this one is not a drone ship landing, Alex.
Yeah, this is the rare one where we have the booster landing back on land. Although lately it hasn't been rare because we had Cygnus, we had Axiom, even the lunar lander IM-1 had a return to launch site landing, and actually they had Pace as well, and also USSF. So we had multiple RTLS actually lately, but they seem to all happen around the same time, and then we got a bunch of Starlinks with downrange landings on drone ships. So, when we get an RTLS, we always, take it with passion. Sawyer?
Oh, sorry about that. I enjoy
Talking
talking
while
to myself,
muted.
apparently. Yeah, I pulled a jack.
Okay. Yep, you pull a jack.
What I was saying is you can see them getting ready there to work on closing the hatch, getting close to that point there. And then we will see a lot of preparations underway to try and make sure that the hatch is fully sealed, because there is no plans to open that hatch again until it splashes down following the end of its mission 6 months from now. Obviously, in the event of an abort or a scrub, different story. But the plan is this will be the final time it's opened until it's back on Earth 6 months from now. You can also see them on their iPads there, sending pictures, it looks like, to some of the engineers, and messaging with them back and forth of, hey, is this good? Is this FOD, foreign object debris? Because we've seen that before where they'll send it and go, yeah, we need to remove that or we need to adjust that, right?
Yeah, but so far they are on track. The hatch closure is not scheduled until at least T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes in the count. So far they're going at a good pace. I'm mostly sure we're going to see that hatch closure here in a few minutes.
SpaceX for an update. Team still working towards side hatch closure and being extra cautious about some hairs they found on the seals. Not a concern, and they're just being cautious.
Check and copy. Thank you.
We were just talking about
we're
that.
talking exactly. We were talking just about that. So there we go.
Yeah. So as we mentioned, this needs to be a super tight seal, and there has always been concern.
No, Patrick is blaming me. No, Patrick, it's not my hair.
Right, because you're going to shave it at 1 million subscribers, right?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm sure there's video evidence somewhere. But anyway. Yeah, so that's just to make sure that it is a perfect seal. They don't want anything in there. You also don't want to then launch and find hairs that aren't yours randomly floating around the spacecraft.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the main thing is clean seal, but yeah, that too. Now, the real question is, whose hair is it? And here we go. They are now closing the hatch. These 3 people working on it, checking the alignment as they push it closed. Put a lot of effort into it.
And again, they are ahead of time because this is something that should have happened T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. So we are about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline, which is
Dragon,
always
there's
good.
hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. And then note for you, ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Dragon.
Simple copy there. Yeah, so you saw them, they were tightening it, making sure they get that hopefully good seal, and now they are using a tiny camera that they're threading through there to double check all of the seal points, make sure everything looks good. Again, the concerns over debris, making sure everything is cleared, and then once they do that, they'll reattach that panel and head on down and head away from the danger zone, I guess. That will be the pad at that point. Now, I mean, this is always exciting seeing the crew get in, but it does seem crazy that there's still 2 hours left, but there's still a lot that they need to get done, right?
Yeah, and especially this is sort of where in the timeline for a normal Falcon 9 launch, they will get through the final few checks of the rocket. Because for a Falcon 9, a regular payload launch of a Falcon 9, they will get on console around T-4 hours. They will run software checks and, a lot of valve checks. And it is actually on the last, basically between T-2 hours and T-1 hours, I believe that's when they do all of the hardware checks. Around T-1.5 hours, they do this thing which is called fuel bleed on the engines. They let through a little bit of kerosene through the pre-valves on the engine to make sure that they work the way that they should once they are actually running. Because, a rocket engine where the fuel doesn't go where it needs to go, it is not a good thing to have. And, you may be familiar, those people out there, with our video on the Starship Flight 2 mishap investigation, where they said there was a blockage on a liquid oxygen manifold, basically on a filter on that supply to the engines. And so because of that, there was a reduced flow into the engines, and because of the reduced flow, the engines were shutting down, and one of them exploded. So that is something that you wouldn't want on your vehicle. And so obviously, in that case, it happened during flight, but if you can avoid it happening before the flights, that is always good. And so they do all of these tests where they, open valves, they cycle them, and make sure that everything is working. So once all of these checks are finished, that's where we're going to be positioned ahead of that launch. Around the T-1 hour point, so basically about an hour from now, we're going to have all of those go, no-go polls, the final weather briefing before propellant load starts, and essentially, all of the final checks before propellant load starts, which again, it is about T-35 minutes in the countdown. So those are the things to be looking forward to in the last few more minutes. So you're there? I believe
Son
you're
of a gun.
also...
I apologize for that.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to create terrible mouth noises when I take a drink, and then I'm forgetting to make the good mouth noises by unmuting. Continuing along, though. This is a two-part question. I will put it to you first, and then I think we both got to take on the second part. Man on Mars saying, what will the SpaceX EVA suits look like, and what's your favorite spacesuit of all time from any era?
Oh boy. What will they look like? We really don't know. They seem to be looking pretty much like the ones that we see here for what they call intravehicular activity is what they call instead of extravehicular. But I just don't really know how they will really look like, because we haven't seen them. As for the space suits
Dragon
full time,
SpaceX clock ticking past T-2 hours. We're going to step into a health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, and then we'll be back in pad hatch closed.
Dragon.
Okay.
And as they heard there, the launch escape system test will be done, and then once they clear the computers of all the warnings and stuff, they will be in hatch closed configuration. And
Good, that's
Now
good.
we are under 2 hours. It continues to get more and more exciting every time. It doesn't get old. It still continues to be the nerves, even 2 hours out.
But yeah, I wouldn't be able to say which one. Maybe you can go first, and that way I have a little bit more time to think.
SpaceX pumpkin suit. Besides the fact it's orange, and I love orange. It's just such a iconic design of, look, here are the crew coming out in the giant orange suits with the helmet. It's like what you think of when you think of an astronaut suiting up. So I'm going to go with that.
There's also not a lot of suits, because you have the US suits, and then you also have the ones from Russia and China. There's not a lot of suits out there. I do think, for example, the Russian ones, the Orlan suits that they use for EVAs, those look a little bit weird, but they seem to be better to like get into, because you go from the back, which is, I guess, easier to get to, because it's like you don't really need to like crawl in and have to put the two sides on them. Just get in and you close the hatch behind you, and you're already inside of the suit. But yeah, it's a really complicated question. Maybe we can circle back to that later. I have to think about it.
No problem. Paul Webb with a tip from tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, such great coverage of both events. Yes, the WDR is going on as well at Starbase. Took a road trip from Vermont to KSC in November, then to Starbase 2 weeks ago on my Tesla, watching back at home by a Starlink on several screens. The future is now. That's an amazing Space Geek trip of a lifetime there. I love it. And you can watch both of the streams happening at the same time. You can see a little preview of it there on the right side of your screen, and obviously the Crew-8 mission on your left. So open up 2 tabs, give them both a watch, and you can decide whether you want to listen to my puns or listen to Adrian. Your choice. Oh boy. Musical Wolves saying, how did a hair get in the hatch, JK? I don't know. I'm scratching my head at that one, too.
No.
All right, fine.
Anyway.
I'll read Rankley's then. You'll like this much better. Haircut fun for Alex. Sorry, buddy. I think you've been voluntold. Resistance is futile.
No. I'm not getting a haircut. I guess now you should say, because people don't know it. Oh, they'll know soon, though. I haven't shaved in 3 months. Ever since the second flight of a Starship, I haven't shaved. So maybe I'll have to shave for the third flight.
Oh my gosh. Or you could pull a Jack and then just do the go bald at 1,000,000 and then shave the beard once Flight 3 happens.
No. I won't go bald. I had because the whole joke with that is that I had some sort of like a bet of, oh yeah, Flight 2 will not happen before the end of the summer, and it did not happen before the end of the summer. It actually happened in November, so it was not even summer in the Southern Hemisphere. So there you go.
Oh boy, and we now have a poll in chat. Should Alex get a haircut?
No.
Yes, and there is no second option. No, there is. It's yes or no.
It's rigged. No, of course not. Come on.
If it was rigged, it would say yes, and yes with an exclamation point. And yes, for those saying, I did get the spelling was hare, H-A-R-E, as in rabbit, not H-A-I-R. That one didn't make me groan as much, surprisingly, but good try. Space Kid asking, can you open the hatch in space? Because I just mentioned that this isn't supposed to be opened again until they splash down.
SpaceX good side hatch leak check.
Great news, Dragon Copies.
All right, sounds like the seal is good, no leaks, which continues along with the question of, can you open the hatch in space? I think there's 2 different questions, is can you and should you?
I'm really not sure if you can actually can. but I'm guessing that you could in theory, but again, should you? I'm not sure. You will want to open the hatch. So yeah.
And it's worth keeping in mind the vehicle is pressurized. So it's a little just like an airplane, how it's really difficult, if impossible, unless you're Boeing, to open a door mid-flight because of that pressurization difference.
But
That's why...
on but on a hang on, because isn't it backwards on a plane that the door kind of opens in, whereas on here on Dragon it opens out.
True.
So actually,
yes.
the pressure inside will help you, and also throw you outside of the door, I guess.
But in
that
terms
actually
of
has a history if you know the Apollo 1 accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But along those lines, I mean, if you go out on a spacewalk, for example, on the ISS, you go inside the Quest airlock where your suit gets pressurized, and then that segment of the ISS gets depressurized, so the pressurization inside matches that outside, and that way you're not slamming any hatches or fighting against them. That's what they did back in the days of Gemini as well, if you think about it. When they were doing their first EVAs, they both suited up, both pressurized their suits, and then one of them would go outside and the other would take pictures.
And in fact, this is why, for example, what I mentioned before about how the hatch opens and closes, in the case of the Dragon, it opens outwards because of these safety features that, ever since Apollo 1 has been a thing that they have changed. Like Apollo 1 had the problem of the hatch opening inwards, and so since then, this has been a sort of rule that the hatch needs to open out. But for example, on the Quest and on the Quest airlock, there's not that requirement, and in fact, it opens inwards, and it makes sense because when the Quest airlock is actually with air and pressurized, you want that pressure to keep it closed, to keep the door closed, because you don't want that door to be accidentally be opened. The same thing happens, for example, with the forward hatch of Dragon. It is also open inwards because it's the one that you use for docking. It's not the one that you use for egress during an emergency or something like that, and so that is another one that opens inwards because of that, because once you have pressure, that pressure keeps it in place. And that's why they need to, depressurize and everything to be able to do an EVA.
And as pointed out in the back channel, that technically airplane doors open outward, you just have to push them inward first, and then pull it
there
out.
you go.
And
that makes sense.
And also, yes, it also depends on the manufacturer. Airbus is just flat shut. Boeing has a fold. Thank you, Ryan Caton and LSR in the back channel for that. Again, taking last images and inspections of everything along that hatch. As we've heard, though, they do have a good seal right now. So these are, I believe, the final checks. And they are likely to also remove one of the railings that is up against the vehicle there as well. Now, in terms of Polaris Dawn, that we don't know. We don't know if they're going out through the hatch in the nose cone, or if they're using the main hatch, right? That's still...
They actually talked about that. Yeah, it's going to be the front one. And instead of having the docking system, they're going to have handrails, so they are able to, help themselves out of the hatch. So the side hatch will not be open, but they will have again, just like, for example, for Inspiration 4, they had a cupola, right on the where usually the Crew Dragon docking port is located. They'll have these handrails so that they're able to help themselves out of the capsule as they go out there. But instead of having a docking system, they'll have those kind of extra helper hardware, I guess.
And as we continue along here, Bill, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Capcom and above. We'll see you in the Discord, where hopefully you'll back me up on Jack's craziness about bagels. Anonymous saying, sadly, I seem to have missed Orbital Flight Test 2, but that's okay. Orbital Flight Test 3 will be around the corner, and you got the patch for it. And Blushy Boy, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Oh gosh, I'm already in trouble. I see the question. Is it pronounced Gemini or Gemini?
Gemini. The
Yeah.
program Gemini. Like knee.
The knights who say ni?
Was that a pun?
That's a reference to Monty Python.
Oh, see, I know about them, but I haven't watched any show. Sorry.
That's alright, it's Monty Python and the Holy Grail. If you haven't seen it, it's hysterical.
Yeah, at least I know about them, right? That's the key.
That
I'm
is
cultured enough to know about that. I just haven't had the time to be able to watch any episodes.
Oh boy. Continuing along here, also Cameron Roth saying, do you have a map that shows how many seconds after launch the stages should be visible? I don't believe NASA released that for this particular one. You say you're located near Raleigh and want to know when to look east. So I think it's very possible if you're along the coast there, especially in the Carolinas, to see. And like Alex, you were saying before, it doesn't hurt to try. The worst thing that happens is you don't see anything. Best thing that happens is you do get to see it.
Indeed.
I believe I did that for a shuttle launch when I was living in New Jersey. I was like, there's probably not really a chance to see it. And I went out and all of a sudden there's this orange
Dragon
speck in the
SpaceX
sky. I'm
for
like, what?
the big picture post-ingress.
Go ahead.
All right, Crew-8. Timeline is ticking down to launch tonight. We've got the side hatch closed and leak checked with some margin. Closeout team is still on the crew arm. I'll give you a further update when they depart. How copy so far?
Copy all.
All right, no significant updates on vehicle and ground systems. Dragon, Falcon, and the pad look healthy as we continue ticking down. I do have a weather update for you. It's been trending better since our L-4 hour brief. Primary watch item is still flight through precipitation further along the ascent corridor, but we're down to a probability of violation of 15%. We've got the meteorologist continuing to track the weather per usual to monitor deviations from the forecast, but it's looking good out there. How copy?
Great news. Great to hear that trending. Thank you.
Agree, great news. That's actually all I had. How y'all doing in there?
Loving life. Hanging out.
All right. And I did get some last-minute words from Rick on the crew training team. He wanted to pass along some advice specifically to you, Matt, to, quote, just don't break anything.
Copy all. It's your spacecraft. We're going to take good care of it.
And there we go, the crew getting the update there that everything with the vehicle looks healthy and the weather continuing to improve. It is still at the same percentage as we were given at the last update of 85% go for launch. That is a 15% chance of weather being within the violation constraints and causing a scrub. We don't want no scrubs. Also, the whole idea there of the fact that the crew trainer came in there with the final words, just said, don't break anything. I mean, that's usually what we say to, that's usually what we hear from Kevin and Patrick in the background when we're talking, or they're changing cameras. It's just, don't break anything.
Yep.
Okay. Let's continue along here as we continue counting down. With the hatch now closed, the astronauts on board, T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes now and counting until the planned liftoff of Crew-8. Here's a question from Space Wolf. I know we discussed this earlier, but I think it's worth bringing up again, considering that we're looking at probably a day-and-a-half transit time from liftoff to docking. Space Wolf's asking, could Dragon make a fast 2-orbit transit like Soyuz has in the past?
If they want it, sure. The only problem, again, is that you only have one chance, and weather and everything is most of the time against you when you try to do these things. Again, the Russians, they try to stick to those, and they have a bit of a more, I guess, leaner kind of rules for weather. So that's why they're able to perform these. It's really nothing technical as far as I know. I do believe, though, that there's always the sort of concern as well of the second stage, for example, being stranded in the wrong orbit. Because in that case, if you are especially in a two-orbit configuration, then your launcher needs to be closer to the ISS in terms of the distances and your orbital trajectories. So yeah, you start to get in a very uncomfortable situation. And if you want to do a one-orbit trajectory, then that's even more hairy situation.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that one of the rarest things in spaceflight right now is a scrub of a Soyuz launch.
Mm-hmm.
They will launch in anything.
They do happen, but yeah, as you mentioned, it's a rare thing.
Yeah. Snow? Let's do it. Rain? Why not?
Lightning strike? It's okay. There's no SE to AUX or anything like it. We just punch through.
There we go. And here's an interesting question. I don't think I've seen this one asked before. Hidden Force asking, what orientation does Dragon go once it gets into orbit? Is it head down like the shuttle? I guess it's kind of hard to tell with the capsule if it's exactly head down, but...
Yeah. It kind of depends. For example, you have the solar panels always on one side, like the shuttle, because the shuttle didn't have any solar panels, so you obviously didn't have to worry about, having to point any solar panels to the sun. They did have to worry about the thermal, the thermal requirements of the hull of the shuttle, obviously, and you probably know that much better than I. But for Dragon, they obviously need to keep those solar panels oriented. But obviously, once you get them oriented, then you can probably, depending on where you are on the orbit, you can probably point to the Earth or you can point up to space. It kind of depends on, what is the direction of the sun, I guess.
Right. The important difference is that the solar panels and all the radiation stuff, I believe, heat radiation, is all based in the trunk, which is the portion underneath the capsule. Whereas for shuttle, like you mentioned, you use fuel cells for power. And it typically had to go upside down, where they would then open the payload bay doors, extend the radiators, which was obviously extremely important with fuel cells, and then inside there was their high-gain antennas. So SpaceX has a lot of good antenna work inside the nose cone on the top. That's where all the docking sensors and things like that are. All right. Here's a question. It's another speculation question, but we'll see. With this being Booster 1083 on its first flight, a rare-ish new booster flight, when do you think we'll get to be 1100? Because we're starting to get up there.
It was funny because you started saying Booster 10, so I was like, wait, wrong stream. But, yeah, that is an interesting question. I guess we will probably see it around 2026, maybe, at the rate that they are going. Because, for example, the center core for Europa Clipper is going to be B1090. So that's 10 boosters away from, I guess, 1100, right? Yeah, it's 1100. I guess it will be 1100.
Yes.
So yeah, it is 10 boosters away. They usually do the center cores sometimes get priority though, because they are, especially for Europa Clipper, they have a schedule to keep, and so I don't know. Yeah, I can see that happening in 2026.
I think that's a safe bet. There's so many launches, but most of them are all on the reflown vehicle still. And they're starting to get up there. We have B-1060 at 19, ready for its 20th flight, hopefully sooner than later. So
Yeah. And just as we were seeing there, it appears that the ground crews have departed the crew axis arm. I'm mostly sure we're going to get some kind of call-out. Ground crews have departed the crew axis arm and are abandoning the
Dragon
last stage
SpaceX
area.
closeout team has departed the crew arm.
There you go. Right on cue.
Dragon copies.
Well, yeah.
it's like you could see
Down
the
the stairs.
future, or the fact that they mentioned that would be the next call out.
Exactly.
Along those lines, Laura has a good question here saying, can the crew talk to each other right now? And the answer is yes, because even though, at this point, I don't think their suits are fully pressurized, they just did the pressure checks, so they can have their visors open and unlocked. As for when they're pressurized, is it only through a push to talk, or can they still communicate?
I'm mostly sure they can still talk to each other. There's just because they still have their own communications. But if they were in a depressurization event, I guess they obviously have their own internal communications, push to talk kind of thing. I don't think they have talked about that though. But I'm mostly sure they must have something about that.
I'm sure. And then, continuing along with more of your questions, there was that recent mention of the slow leak aboard the International Space Station there.
Mm-hmm.
So, we've got a question basically from Articra saying, will they do a spacewalk to fix the air leaks, or did they at least pack extra rolls of Gorilla Tape?
No, that is actually a leak that they cannot go out there for an EVA to repair. It is a leak that they actually have identified a long time ago that they know about. What they were saying recently is that it just has that leak rate that they were observing for a long while. It just has increased. That leak is located sort of in the service module of the station. That is the Svesta module, and is right on the back of basically like the aftmost portion of the station. There's like a compartment, a toroidal compartment, or I guess cylindrical compartment at the end of the module, and there's a hatch. So there's a docking port at the last aft end of that module. That's where a Progress is currently docked to. And then there's the little compartment. It's very small. And then there's a hatch, and then the rest of the module. So what they do is they keep that hatch closed in between between the Progress and the inside of the station to keep that compartment off. And what they believe is that it's a very old module, and so that part where they have these dockings happening, they believe that these dockings have created over time a bit of a crack in the hull of the structure, because again, it's a very old module. It was among the first ones, and in fact, it was built before the rest of the modules, because it was gonna be the sort of core module for a Mir 2 station. Or so say the legends and things like that. But that is basically what happens. It's a very old module. They have cracks on the structure, but so far it's a manageable leak. It's not, they're gonna run out of air or anything like it. And again, they also have a hatch, so they can keep that compartment sealed off, and they don't have to worry about.
Man, could you imagine if they had Mir 2 and Space Station Freedom going at the same time? As opposed to merging them to become the ISS, basically. It's kind of like now with Tiangong and ISS in a way.
Yeah, indeed.
But, the whole Cold War thing would have been interesting.
Yep.
Let's see here. Also, in terms of this small leak, it's not like it's sucking all the papers out of the module and they have to seal it off. Like they said, It's a slow leak, so it's nothing major that's a concern about losing all the oxygen on board, things like that. So it's not like the first episode of Constellation, the new show, which, if any of you have watched Constellation, please tell me what the heck is happening. I've watched the show and I'm still so confused. Here's a fun question from Eric saying, how do they do laundry on the ISS? The short answer is, they really don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, if you want to go with that one, go ahead.
So basically, they get clothes sent up to them, obviously on their launch. Some are sent ahead of time on cargo resupply missions, and then additional resupply missions will bring up more clothes as they continue to go through them during the 6 months. When they're done with them, all the water is super important aboard the ISS, and you don't want soap bubbles randomly floating around everywhere. So what they end up doing is they chuck them inside one of the return vehicles, like Progress or Cygnus, that burn up, and then they get destroyed in the atmosphere. So that shooting star might actually be an astronaut's dirty underwear.
It looks like you can see there some of the crews leaving. So we're going to have a pad clear soon.
And again, everything continuing to proceed as planned up to this point. You'll hop on in those Teslas, drive away, and then, they still have crews that are nearby for emergencies in the event they need to get there quickly. I believe they also have flight critical people there as well for certain portions. Am I right, or am I mixing this up?
I think so. I will have to check back on that.
Yeah. Basically, though, there's always as we talk about, like the red team that can go out there in a worst case scenario if there's a fire or something like that. They're there to help. These guys are going to head back to their viewing spot, and everything should be fully cleared on the pad by T-minus 1 hour. All right. The next major event, though, that we should be seeing in, I believe, about 5 minutes is they're going to basically check all the ground service equipment on board that crew access arm, right?
Yeah, especially one of the things that we're going to see is the crew access arm has this sort of seal with the capsule, and so they remove that so that they are able to obviously remove the crew access arm, move it away once it is the time to do so, which is about T-minus 42 minutes into this countdown. So a little bit under 1 hour from now.
Yeah, it's sort of the preparation for retract as opposed to the actual retract itself.
Precisely, yes.
Also, I'm glad to see that other people are just as confused as me. Thank you. I don't feel so bad. Anyway, Philip Howell asking here, why does the Cargo Dragon look like it has an area for crew escape Super Dracos, but doesn't actually have them, whereas obviously this mission has those Super Draco engines?
That is a good question. So they do basically the Crew Dragon capsule and the Cargo Dragon capsule. What you see outside is just an outer mold. The actual pressure vessel is inside of that, and so what you see on the outer mold, we believe that the reason for having the same outer mold is just so that they share the same aerodynamics and be, a more simple kind of approach where if you study the aerodynamics for one vehicle, then you also have the same for the other one, right? Even though the inside is different, because again, the pressure vessel is different for the Crew Dragon than for the Cargo Dragon. Cargo Dragon has special additions to be able to carry cargo inside, and it doesn't have all the seats and everything. So it is a good thing to be able to enable that. And so the most likely reason, in my opinion, I think, because I don't really know if they have actually expressed that this is the case, but I'm mostly sure that it is because of that, because as you launch up, you have that sort of profile, and it is the same profile for crew and also for cargo, and it kind of helps being able to simplify those things. But it doesn't carry any Super Dracos.
Right, those are reserved just for the crew flights.
Exactly, yep.
All right, as we now pass the 1.5 hour mark here to launch, we are getting that much closer. It's, again, all these big milestones on the clock. just gets really exciting. And you can see there what Alex is talking about with the little hood type thing that's attached to Dragon there. And that'll be retracted ahead of the full arm retracting away, as you mentioned, about T-minus 42 minutes until launch. All right. Speaking of Super Dracos, Michael Oliver, I know it's a bit of a high-level question here, but I think Alex can do it. Why did SpaceX phase out the silver and black paint from under the Super Draco thrusters?
That is an interesting question. I think it all comes down to the thermals, the thermal conditions of that thruster pod. But I'm not fully sure if they have actually talked about that. I'm mostly sure that the reason why they had it before was because of that, because of the thermal. But now they probably have figured out that that is not needed, and so they just carry the white. I do remember at one point, way back when, the capsule's sort of TPS, the main heat shield was black, and the pods were also black in the renders. And I believe back then the thought was they were gonna need also TPS. Essentially, they do have TPS, but the one that they have is different. PKX is the main heat shield material that they use for Dragon. So I believe the original thought was that we're gonna use the PKX for those pods, because when you fire the thrusters, those Super Dracos burn a lot, and it's very hot, and so that is precisely what I think happened back then. But obviously, things change, plans change with the experience. These things get updated.
And I know everyone's dying to know what that acronym stands for. It is Phenolic Impregnated Carbon Ablator, and the X being SpaceX's.
And if you want another, it's just too funny. This other acronym that they have. You see that white material? That is SPAM, SpaceX Proprietary Ablative Material. So it's essentially another material that ablates, but it's not PKX, and so they call it like that because it's proprietary. So they call it SPAM, and it is essentially what protects the rest of the Crew Dragon and Cargo Dragon, for that matter, during re-entry. Because while they have a main heat shield, obviously the rest of the capsule still gets hot, and you can see it when it comes back, and it's all marshmallowy, right? It kind of looks like a marshmallow. So obviously the rest of the capsule also gets heated up, and it needs protection against the heat. So that's why they have that other heat shield material as well.
Spam, 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 spamity spam. Another probably Monty Python reference there as well. I mean, they did the Wheel of Cheese on the...
That's true.
On that first Cargo Dragon.
That's true.
Well, anyway, let's not go there. 'Tis a silly place. Space Ignorant, thank you for upgrading to Capcom member. Hopefully we'll see you in the Discord. James saying, my third patch. Great work, NSF. And that has to go out to a major shout out to Pauline, who did all of the designing of the patches. In particular, this new Flight 3 one is just spectacular. I love it. And if you look at the 3, it's kind of like a progression of the goal is to get off the pad, goal is to get towards space, and now this one, the goal is splashing down with a full mission. I love it. Jim Cavett, thank you for gifting Red Team membership. And Jimla is saying, say hi to my mom and Gord, aka stepdad. We're having beers by a fire looking for Starlink trains. Love what you do, NSF. Well, thank you. Thank you for the support. Thanks for watching, and hopefully you get to see some of those trains. Crazy as it is, I still have not seen a train in person, even though I've seen dozens of them launch. Not a subtle flex at all.
So you're...
Caitlin with another really good question here, saying, how does docking work? Does Dragon use cameras or LiDAR to know its relative location to the ISS?
Bit of both. It has cameras that are able to identify the station and the docking port, and they also have laser ranging with LiDAR systems where they are able to basically be able to know how far away from the station are. And those cameras that they use are actually what because you're a shuttle fan, I'm gonna mention that those cameras flew on shuttle, I believe at least twice. That's a Dragon Eye system, essentially the eyes of the dragon. That's why it's called Dragon Eye. And they have actually multiple of them, so they are able to, if one fails, they can switch to the other, and that sort of thing. And essentially, that's what allows the capsule to be able to, see the ISS, identifies the ISS, and says, okay, I need to head this way. And then the LiDAR systems are able to be used to, as laser rangefinders. You throw out the laser, you measure when it comes back, and you know how far away the station is with high precision.
I'm very happy you mentioned the shuttle, which was manual docking, by the way. That was done by hand with, they had rangefinders and cameras near the docking ring, and giant windows at the back of the shuttle.
Yeah, in that case, it was humanized doing the recognition. Okay, the ISS is there. I see it.
That's Mark 1 eyes. Dragon is Mark 2 eyes.
Exactly.
And we finally figured out what comes after the Mark 1 eyeballs. There we go.
And these cameras are also able to see in infrared. So, during the night portions of the orbit, then they are able to see the station with clarity. There are times where, depending on the angle of the sun, it's a bit iffy. And so oftentimes they have these sort of little holes in the approach to the ISS where it's like, wait here a few minutes. Let's wait until the sun is in the right location, and then we'll keep going because depending on how the angle of the sun on those cameras, it sometimes confuses them. But you cannot take into account like 100% of all the cases. Sometimes there's that little percentage of cases that goes through.
Right. And again, fully automated docking. That's also why one of the first things they do once they enter orbit is open up the nose cone, because the nose cone has the docking port. It has those basically Dragon Eye in it, and it also has important communications equipment too. So it's the equivalent of the shuttle not being able to open up its payload bay doors. It would be a bad day. So SpaceX always does that very early in the mission.
Yeah, and hopefully we're going to see that in about an hour and a half. It's essentially about 12 minutes after liftoff. That's when the nose cone will open. So, watch out for that when it happens. Hopefully, again, in about an hour and a half from now.
There we go. Great question, by the way. BC is asking, are the black boots over and separate from the pressure suit, or are they integrated into it? There's a lot that we don't necessarily know about SpaceX's spacesuits.
Over and separate from the pressure. I believe they are integrated to the suit. Like I think it's a single piece. Even the boots. I think. But now you're making me doubt myself.
I mean, that's the thing. There's a lot of things that SpaceX keeps proprietary. And obviously you understand why. There's a lot of info that they don't necessarily put out in regards to the spacesuit, its design. I mean, a lot of it you can see on your own, and you see great recreations of it as costumes online. But as for the actual one, yeah. Let's continue along here. Tyler Lutz asking, will we hear a go, no-go poll at T-minus 1 hour, 18 minutes? At this point, it's basically what NASA lets us hear, right? T-minus 1 hour, 18 minutes.
I believe the poll is around T-minus 1. There are probably others before that, though. But I believe the polls begin around T-minus 1 hour. Because that's when they have the... essentially, the last weather briefing is before propellant load. They have another one later on. But as you mentioned, it's whatever they let us listen to. And sometimes, especially at the SpaceX, they have all of these polls basically happen behind the scenes, and they are electrically done. They push a button, basically, and doesn't say go or anything like it. Or at least, on previous times, it had been around T-minus 1 hour time.
that's usually about when it happens. And yeah, it's definitely a bit interesting there on all the different things that they go through digitally now. Which, I mean, obviously, you know, it's 2024, not surprised, but still, the fact that all their polls aren't read aloud, I think at this point, all of the space agencies could just do it by button push, but there's some of the nostalgia of hearing the go, no go. Can't be the only one thinking that. Oh, we have the final poll results for Alex. Should Alex get a haircut? Once again, YouTube cannot count to 100 because yes is 65%, no is 34%. I'm guessing an extra 1% is Alex screaming while his mic is muted. All right. Continuing along here, as we mentioned, Julia is making her way towards the vehicle assembly building. She will be shooting from the roof of the VAB, so hopefully we may get some cool views from her there, or be able to talk to her about those cool views, and if nothing else, we'll be able to see those after the flight for sure. So if you don't follow Julia Bergeron on social media, you really should. She also takes great photos of all of the assets at Port Canaveral too. Lucas asking kind of a refresher here on the booster and the capsule that's flying.
The booster is B1083. It is launching on its first mission. And the capsule, it is C206. Hang on. I always need to look this up because I don't remember. I know their names, obviously. It's Endeavour. C206-5. That is Endeavour. And it is flying for its 5th time, just like the number indicates. It's basically the 6th Dragon 2 capsule, and it's flying on its 5th mission. It'll be breaking the record for most flights of a Dragon capsule at 5. And it is a very special capsule, I guess, because it was the first one to fly with crew on board, and definitely it has a very special place in my heart because it's also called Endeavour, and I like the show Endeavour. And I'm wearing the Endeavour t-shirt. I actually wore it today. You obviously are not looking at me, but I can say that I'm wearing it today for that matter.
I almost wore mine today as well. But yeah, that's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It shows the evolution of Endeavour, starting all the way from the ship on the water, to the command module during Apollo, to the shuttle Endeavour, our favorite. And the nice thing is, we're the only two people talking, so we get the final say on that here. And then, of course, Crew Dragon Endeavour, which is an hour and 16-ish minutes away from lifting off on its 5th time. Do I hear anyone complaining in chat? Nope? Cool. Endeavour's best.
Yeah, we're two people here that like Endeavour, so we cannot have to... We don't have anyone complaining here, so...
Well, yeah. At least none that we can hear, which is nice.
It's true, that's true. We know that there are dissenting voices out there somewhere. But they cannot talk.
By the way, a very unique poll in chat. It's, is chat go for launch? Yes or go for launch? And somehow it's almost tied. Alright, the people that say Atlantis, I totally get it. You know, it's at KSC. It has an amazing exhibit, did some great stuff. I get that.
Okay, but which shuttle is on its launch configuration, or about to be in a launch configuration?
I mean...
Just saying.
Take off the cling wrap, and there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Just a quick update of where we are at this point. The crew of 4 is currently on board the Dragon Capsule Endeavour, as we were just talking about, at Launch Complex 39A there, atop booster 1083-1. The crew includes Commander Matthew Dominick on his first flight, pilot Michael Barratt on his, I guess, technically 3rd flight, He flew on Expedition 19 and 20, although used the same vehicle to go up and down. Jeanette Epps is the mission specialist on her first space flight. And from Roscosmos, Alexander Grebenkin is also on his first flight. The liftoff is currently tracking down on time to 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time. And so far, all of the systems on board the vehicle are confirmed go right now. As for the weather, it is currently 85% favorable. The only concern is a flight through precipitation, basically flying through rain, through the ascent abort corridor, which is where they would have to pick up the capsule in the event of an abort. And again, that first stage is not landing back at sea, it will be landing back at LZ-1, landing zone 1 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I see people pointing it out in chat. It kind of looked like the guy on the left, Alexander Grebenkin, was starting to fall asleep.
It's very common at this point because, for the crew, obviously for the people in the control centers, right now they're looking at all of their data and all of their monitors and everything, all the tracking. But for the crew, right now it's a very calm time where they are just basically not doing much. They're just essentially waiting for the propellant load to start. And even through propellant load, they are essentially also not doing much, just waiting around and just letting everything going on. But yeah, so I will probably not be able to fall asleep, to be fair. But also they are trained and, they have gone through this. So they're not me. They're not me, definitely. They are much better. A lot better. I will not be able to sleep, but they are astronauts. They are, pros at this.
That is true. Again, they will be joining and become a part of now the Expedition 70 crew once they begin on board. That will be joining Jasmine Mugbelli, Andreas Mogensen, Satoshi Furukawa, Konstantin Borisov, and Laurel O'Hara, who are currently up at the station. There will be a slight transition as Tracy Caldwell-Dyson launches along with Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chubb. They will then make up Expedition 71, of which these 4 astronauts will continue to be a part of. Let's see here. Continuing along with your questions. Why does the space? Funny question, but
the space.
Well, here's one from Sam Torbert saying, "Is the nozzle stubby tonight?"
No, fortunately, it will not be a stubby nozzle. And again, I'm mostly sure that we are here in agreement, right? That we don't like the stubby nozzle. And the folks that actually like the stubby nozzle, they're not in comms today, so yay!
That is true.
The winning team is in comms today. We like Endeavour, and we like the normal and long nozzle of the MVAC engine.
Yes, and a major part of that is, again, the fact that this is quite a heavy launch with the Crew Dragon, all the life support systems and everything on board, the people, and then, there's still things in the trunk as well attached to it, so it's a lot of weight that it still needs to lift. So at that point, you want all the thrust you can get, because that is the one thing with the stubby nozzle. Although it is believed to be quicker to make, it takes a little longer to get into orbit with it. A little less performance.
Mm-hmm. And essentially, for that matter, since they have the RTLS today, that's why we know it's not a stubby nozzle, because the way that they do the RTLS for these missions for Crew Dragon it's actually a very heavy spacecraft. And it's about 12 to 13 tons, and that is exactly the edge of the performance that Falcon 9 has to be able to return back to land. So what they do is they optimize the return to land by just firing one single engine during re-entry. So, the fire against fire kind of thing that you always mention. They normally do 3 engines, basically in a sequence of 1, then another 2, and then they shut down all 3. And so they do normally 3 engines, but for missions like this, what they do is that return, that entry burn is just one single engine, and it's normally also shorter as well. And the landing burn, instead of being one single engine, is actually 3 engines, but they do it again just like the normal entry burn is 1 engine, then 2 extra engines, and then the shutdown and 1 single engine remains at the end. The same thing will happen with the landing burn. We'll see 1 engine igniting first, then a few seconds later they're gonna slam on the brakes, igniting another extra 2 engines for a maximum deceleration of that booster, and then it'll approach the landing zone with just 1 single engine as it comes into land. So that is it kind of feels counterintuitive, but it actually spends less fuel doing that, because you're essentially not doing the landing burn until the last minute, essentially, right? You're waiting until you are much closer to the ground, and when you decelerate much faster, and so you at the end of the day you use less fuel to do that. It's more efficient.
And along those lines, BC is asking, does an RTLS flight have less payload capacity than drone recovery?
Yeah, indeed. And again, it also depends on what kind of RTLS. As I mentioned, this one is optimized to be carrying a little bit more of performance. Sometimes they have plenty of payload performance. For example, Transporter 10 is going to happen in the next few days out of Vandenberg. That'll probably even have a stubby nozzle. If you are watching that one, cover your eyes or something, because it'll probably have a stubby nozzle, because those missions, they don't carry a lot of payload, and so they have plenty of performance to not only have a traditional return to launch site approach, but also the stubby nozzle as well, which, as you mentioned before, it decreases the performance, but it is cheaper to carry around.
Exactly. So you save those bigger ones for the flights that need it, such as this one.
Exactly.
Here's a unique question saying, what kind of certifications do zero-G indicators go through before a flight? And I believe it's the same with most of the personal items that go on board. Once it's selected, it's sent over to NASA. They occasionally do materials checks on it to make sure it's nothing dangerous or, extra fluffy, we'll say. And then they process it as normal. It ends up typically in a cubby, all for personal items, although it's a little different because that was shuttle. Crew Dragon, they've got storage cases, and B, it's not stowed because it's typically floating, just waiting for the zero-G portion to hit.
Yeah, so. and I was thinking one of the requirements should be that it should be fluffy.
It needs
to be fluffy. Exactly.
And at this point, as we continue our commentary, the clock continues to count down. Julia, our field reporter tonight, is currently on the 34th floor of the vehicle assembly building, waiting for another elevator to continue to take her up to the roof of the VAB.
It's sort of like a rocket. You need to take one elevator and you get, Miko kind of thing, and then you go up again on another elevator. That's the stage 2.
Yeah, it's multi-step process. It's also an older building, lots of little hallways and things in the way, so it's quite a fun ride up, I've been told. I haven't gone that high. Let's see. Oh, Hugh says we should get a modified launch entry and landing t-shirt that is for these type of RTLSs.
That's an Adrian question. Go to the Starship live stream and ask them. You tell them, hey, I'm from the Crew-8 live stream. What's going on with this merge? I'm sure he'll love that.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to say yes instantly. Not that there will be confusion. Mm-hmm. It's a good idea, though. Michael Oliver saying, does this booster have the worm logo on it, or is it just SpaceX? What if I said 3, not 2, but 3 logos?
Well, the booster
4.
Doesn't have any worm logos or anything. It's the second stage.
Oh, so if you're talking about the ship, then yeah.
Yeah, because it says, does the booster have the worm logo? It doesn't have any NASA logos. They're just only the SpaceX logo and the US flag and I guess the Falcon 9 logo.
So that's 3.
So That's 3 logos on the booster. Now, the second stage has the NASA Worm logo and the NASA Meatball logo. And then the Dragon capsule, it has the US flag, it has the NASA Worm logo, and I believe it also has a worm. The worm logo, and then I believe it also has the meatball on the other side. They carry all the logos.
Yeah, all the logos on that. It's amazing. You can see some of them there with our new super cool zoom camera there. You see the meatball and the worm, and I believe the capsules are also now getting marked with how many different flights they've flown. Is that a thing, or am I thinking of something totally different?
I believe that was on Dragon 1. I do remember they had logos for Dragon 1. They had like ISS logos. I haven't seen them on Dragon 2 though.
Right, and this is a view, by the way, from where Julia will end up being for launch on top of the VAB, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yep, and we should be closing in, so we are 3 minutes away from that T-minus 1 hour point in the count. Again, that is when they start that that sequence of polls between, at Houston. They also have mission control in Hawthorne. They have launch control center at Kennedy Space Center. And all of that will lead to our final, call out from the launch director for the start of propellant load, and also for the arming of the launch escape system. We'll see the retraction of the crew access arm. Then they'll go into that launch escape system arm, and at T-minus 35 minutes, we'll basically hear. Usually, it's like launch auto sequence has started or propellant load has started. That is going to be the call out for when the launch auto sequence starts and propellant load starts on Falcon 9. So we're about 30 minutes away from all of that happening, and man, I'm starting to get the nerves. We're closing in, and it's that that final hour. It's when a lot of things are happening.
Oh, I'm already shaking. I'm ready. Also worth noting that the Brevard Emergency Operations Center, which does assist with some of these launches,
Dragon
putting
SpaceX
out
stepping into some orbit tank isolation valve cycling. Expect a flight computer change briefly. There's a nominal part of the countdown. How copy?
Dragon copies.
So basically that test is going to throw off some warning alarms inside the cabin, so they're letting them know that it's just a test. But Brevard EOC saying that they have activated their launch operations support team in preparation for the Falcon 9 Crew-8 launch for the instantaneous window. So that is another good side that we are continuing on track as planned at this point. In the past, we have seen them stand down before an official word has been made, so we use them as just an additional source to see where the count is at, as opposed to the main source.
And Dragon, we saw good feedback from all the valves there. Back in pad hatch closed, and at this time you're go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Copy, section 5, we'll go.
Ooh, that's exciting. We hit the 1 hour mark, waiting for them to call it to go for launch, and at this point we should expect the teams to conduct a weather poll here, and hopefully get the go, no-go for fueling about 15 minutes after that. Again, the concern with weather has been the abort corridor weather along the east coast of the United States, with the possibility of flying through rain, which Falcon and Dragon try to avoid. And we will see if that plays an issue, but the Cape weather itself is 85% go at last check. Adventure to Carl saying, NSF Live coverage, thank you for all that you guys do. We appreciate it as well for you watching. And RC Horseman with a $100
SpaceX Dragon Crew-8, go for launch.
Hang on.
Here we go.
Copy, Crew-8, go for launch. Let's do it.
Crew, go for launch. That is what we love to hear. Oh.
I mean, it's not going to be the last time that we're going to hear that, because this is like sort of they go for launch before propellant load, and then once they are closer to launch, they have like the last sort of go there, and the commander usually does some kind of speech as they prepare for that liftoff, but definitely getting real close.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're now under an hour. It gets exciting. But I do want to make sure that we acknowledge RC Horseman with a $100 tip from tips.nasaspaceflight.com. My goodness, thank you for the generosity. It says to help the crew get more camera equipment since not everyone can get to see this in person. Thanks so much, NSF crew. Thank you, RC Horseman.
Indeed, and all of your support helps, and as you can see today, it's in full force. All of that support is going into us being able to support these two live streams at the same time, cover a fantastic, launch of crew out here from the Cape, being able to cover all of the activities at Starbase. Meanwhile, we have multiple videos in production right now, as I'm sure you all are probably aware, and so there's a lot of things that go here at NSF, and every bit of support helps.
Seriously, thank you. And again, you're looking at one of those new cameras that we were able to get with the super up-close view of the entire second stage there, basically, of Falcon 9, with the Crew-8 astronauts inside that capsule there. And then Chris getting out from the store, saying, been watching since mid-2020, adding patch number 3 to my patch collection. Thanks for the great work. Well, thank you for continuing the collection, and we appreciate everyone that's watching tonight and the people that are also split currently between the web dress rehearsal stream and this stream. We appreciate it. Ricky Nixon asking, does Julia have to use a safety strap so she doesn't fall off? No. There are railings, and they expect the people that are up there, in theory, to have common sense. You don't get super close to the edge, but you still can get a clear view, because keep in mind how tall that thing is, so you're going to get a clear shot, and that's also cool for shots after it lifts off, where it's dead ahead instead of looking up.
Yeah, and of course, I believe, at least looking at the footage from the behind-the-scenes footage from Manx, spoiler alert, he actually was set up different locations so that he was able to see the RTLS. And so they have like a two-step, like there's an inner railing and then another railing a little bit further down. And so where they are set up is not actually on the edge of the roof. It's a little bit further away, precisely and most likely because they have that sort of leeway to be able to, for whatever reason, something falls, it doesn't fall all the way to the ground. I don't know how many 100 feet from up there at the roof. So yeah.
Yeah, like the people that try and drop a penny off the Empire State Building to see if it'll kill someone. No. They have nets. And for those wondering, the vehicle assembly building is 526 feet, or 160.3 meters tall. And I believe it's still the largest single-story building in the world. VAB. VAB. Man, the poll continuing to grow with a lot of people chiming in on Best NASA logo, worm, meatball, or the dreaded wormball. And the majority seems to be worm. And meatball's close to last. How is wormball that close to meatball? My fellow meatball, we encourage you to vote. Please. Anyway. Continuing along here, as we look at that countdown clock, by the way, on the screen there. Interesting question, something that we also got asked during Shuttle Sunday earlier, but I want to pose it to you as well. What are your thoughts on the change of the countdown clock to a digital board? Are you Team Classic? Team Board?
I will say I'm not against the new clock, but it's also true that the old clock was so iconic, right? And so, yeah, it feels different. I kind of wish that, the new one would at least, still digital, but having the same kind of format, kind of font, and things like that. I don't know. Just my 2 cents. I don't dislike it, to be fair. Full disclosure here, I don't dislike it, but it's a bit more iconic, the older one, of course.
I will say I kind of like the new one, and I know that's if this were NSF Live, it'd be fight mode, but I think that the fact that they use it for so much multi-purpose media is good. I mean, when you're out there waiting to see a launch, it's kind of nice sometimes to see a view of, say, the live stream or the view from inside the capsule right next to the clock, something like that, where it still serves its purpose, but then you can do something else, whereas the other clock could just light up light bulbs and then be extremely, extremely noisy as it was counting down and then up, because it was a whirring and a humming, I'll tell you that. The one at the visitor complex now just has LEDs in it, and it's a different base, I believe, so it's not as loud. Good question. Ricky Nixon asking, at this point, with the crew go for launch, when do they retract the crew access arm?
The crew access arm should be in about 10 minutes from now, the T-minus 42-minute mark.
And then we should hopefully hear about fueling shortly after that, and that will start a nice fun timeline of fueling the vehicle, arming everything for the crew, and hopefully ending at T0 with a liftoff.
Yeah, and the good thing of these launches is that once they go into propellant load, if you kind of forget about the Dragon side of things, Falcon 9 just goes through the countdown pretty much the same way as any other launch, which is a bonus because then all of those other launches then feed data into making crew launches being more reliable, being able to launch on time and all that stuff. So we see more and more how these launches get all of these feedback. Again, the reason why they do these modified RTLS profiles is precisely because of all of the information that they get from re-entering boosters on Starlink and how much performance they can get out of Falcon 9, and definitely a really good thing that we have for this. It's not like the shuttle, for example, where you launch crew and you also launch the cargo at the same time. You could have say like uncrewed missions of the shuttle where you could toy with it and try different profiles to see what happens and gather extra data. That sadly was not the case, but Falcon 9 on the other hand, it does have that. So that's a bonus.
Exactly, and that includes a mixture of the RTLS missions as well. So once NASA approved crew missions allowing to land back at Landing Zone 1, that was also a huge boost for them. Well, boost for landing, so.
I knew you were going to do a pun there.
Here's a question that I saw from Michael saying, what are those little wing-looky thingies on the end of the TE? Is it the TE? Is it the Dragon vehicle?
Probably talking about the base of the TE. I'm not sure, because there are two ends to the T. Obviously, there's the bottom end and the top end. Well, if you talk about the top end, that's the top of the strong bag. You have the top insert, the top structure that is used for Dragon missions. That has all of the umbilical connections to Dragon for communications, for AC and things like that. For cooling as well, they also do that as well through that. And the way that it's shaped is so that they are able to pull all of those connections in case of an abort. So it has its own pulling systems. In case of an abort, then they can pull back real fast without really needing to pull back the strong bag. And so that's why it has some sort of a wing kind of shape. But and then the bottom of the strong bag, it's like that because it's sort of like a triangle kind of thing. And obviously, triangles is the best shape for structural integrity, whatever it's called. But no, seriously, it's sort of like that because it basically adds structural stability. And you can see something like that on the other strong bags. The only difference is that the other strong bags, well, except for the Vandenberg one, the one at 40 is not for Falcon Heavy, so the base is not as wide, and so it's not. You don't see it being so wide on the bottom, but on at Vandenberg, you just see it. And so Vandenberg is very similar to that in how it widens at the base.
Exactly. And also keep in mind that the top of the TE is interchangeable for if there's a fairing versus if there's a cargo or crew dragon on it too. Or Falcon Heavy.
Yep.
Which kind of goes along with Mark's question here is, has SpaceX ever talked about using strap-on boosters in a Falcon 9 when they need a tad more oomph? Isn't that essentially what Falcon Heavy became?
That is a Falcon Heavy, exactly. And the good thing of Falcon 9 is you have different profiles. So you have either RTLS or you have drone ship, or you can just go fully expendable with Falcon 9. But if you need more performance than even fully expendable, then you have Falcon Heavy, where even returning back the boosters to land and having the expended drone ship, you still have more performance than Falcon 9 expendable. And so that is a very good thing to have. And then the boosters can go RTLS, they can go back to land, they can land on 2 drone ships out at sea, or also be expended. And having a fully expendable Falcon Heavy, that's something that we have already experienced, but it'll be very important this fall when we see Europa Clipper going all the way to Jupiter. It's not going to be sent straight to Jupiter, but it's a very high energetic orbit that it needs to go around the sun. And it's a very heavy spacecraft. It's 6 tons. It's essentially like a GTO communication satellite being launched into deep space, which is mind-blowing to think about.
And I know that I joked of, Falcon Heavy on it, but, in terms of that little extra oomph, like you said, they can change what they do with the booster. Land or sea, expended. And then if it still needs that little extra, you kind of at that point have to go to Falcon Heavy or find a different provider. Which, again, Falcon Heavy's pretty good. Even if you don't need all of the oomph, you'll take what you can get to orbit.
And if you need more oomph than Falcon Heavy, well, stick around for a few more years and you'll get Starship. Exactly.
That is true, as the wet dress rehearsal continues to wind down, I believe now, at Starbase. And we get that much closer to launch here at the Kennedy Space Center, Launch Complex 39A, as we are 46 minutes and 46 seconds away from the launch of the Falcon 9 with Crew Dragon Endeavour carrying 4 astronauts to the International Space Station.
Yeah, they did it all on time, so they are able to watch Crew-8 launch into the ISS. And on that same note, I guess we're approaching that moment where, the launch director goes in and says, okay, well, we are go for launch, propel and load, and let's go. I don't know. They basically tell the crew to go to some certain section, close their visors, and they go into the operation of retracting the access arm. The launch escape system is armed. So we are right now about 11 minutes away from the start of propel and load on Falcon 9.
Getting that much closer. And while we're talking about that, the launch escape system, it uses these small Super Draco engines that are scattered around the capsule there, and then depending on where it is in flight, could splash down in different abort zones. So throughout the launch, you're likely going to hear callouts: 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, 2 Alpha. Those are basically just where crews would need to be ready if something were to happen. Of course, we don't want that, and so far everything continues to look good with the spacecraft and the capsule. Michael Oliver again with another good question saying, will SpaceX ever try recovering the center booster on Falcon Heavy again?
Yes, actually they have, yes, at least according to SpaceX's John Edwards, I should say. So like I'm, taking it out. Basically they have a mission later this year, maybe next year, that is the Griffin lander from Astrobotic, and they have enough performance to be able to return the center core back, not back to land, but to a drone ship landing.
Exactly. That's going to be cool. We saw that during, of course, the first 2 Falcon Heavy demo flights, I believe, right? The Falcon Heavy demo and STP-2 with one with no success, one with almost success.
And then
Hold complete, and team is ready for crew access arm retract. Both launch control
There you go.
rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain in their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and the approve board in the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch out sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch trajectory whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the current for movement.
All right, there you heard it. We're
Crew arm
continuing on
started.
countdown. And they are starting arming the flight termination system. As you heard them mention sterile cockpit, that means nobody should be speaking unless it's an absolute emergency or related to the arming itself. And then you can see now the retraction of that crew access arm, where just about 3 hours ago, crew was excited and ready to get on board inside that, and now are standing atop the Falcon 9 in their Dragon capsule, 42 minutes approximately away from flight. So what is the normal Falcon 9 fueling procedure from here?
Dragon SpaceX for countdown timing.
Go ahead.
Let's listen to them first.
All right, Matt, we're looking at one closeout photo of the side hatch, doing some analysis on it, and are going to be looking for you to be crisp with the launch escape system arming. Team is under a bit of pressure here to get a call in.
Dragon.
Crew arm recheck complete.
So it sounds like they're taking a look at one of the images that was taken by that closeout crew there of the hatch along the side. It seems like they're trying to figure out something. Is it with the seal and then with the flight termination system?
I really not sure what's the relationship, but yeah, it seems like they're looking at the seal. I'm mostly sure they're going to be able to figure that out, though. I don't really know what could be the relationship between this crew, the escape system arm, and the crew access not the crew access arm, excuse me, the hatch seal. There must be a connection, but I cannot think of one right now, and they didn't explain it. So,
well, hopefully they'll give us the updates because they should be giving the go for fueling at T-minus 38 minutes, I believe.
Yep, we're gonna go into. So first, they're gonna arm the crew access. Not the crew access arm. Excuse me. There's so many terms, and it's quite complicated at this time in Spain. It's 4 a.m. right now. But yeah, they're gonna be arming the launch escape system right now, and in about 5 minutes from now, T-minus 35 minutes, the automated launch countdown sequence will begin to fuel the rocket. We're going to have RP1 load on both stages and liquid oxygen load on the first stage, both beginning at the same time, T-minus 35 minutes. And I'm trying to see if they give that call out, because I'm sort of, not wanting to talk while they're talking, but that's sort of what we're waiting to see in the next few minutes here. The loading process for RP1 on the second stage lasts until the T-minus 20-minute time, where we see the famous T-minus 20-minute vent, and that'll be when they start the chill down of the lines to the liquid oxygen tank, basically on the second stage.
SpaceX expected decision at T-minus 37 minutes. At this time, you're go for viewing Section 6 of the procedure. You are not go for arming the command. How copy?
Dragon copies. Can we preemptively close the visors?
Yes, sir. Go for that.
Closing
I
visors.
just realized. There we go. I just realized where's the connection. I'm very silly. If they have an aboard, if they actually arm the system, right, and they have an abort and the seal is not correct, you wouldn't want to do that.
Oh.
So that's probably why I just connected the dots here. It dawned on me as they were having that conversation that do not arm the system just yet. We're still checking, and they're gonna run down until T-minus 37 minutes to do the final decision. So that is interesting.
Very. I mean, at this point, we're going to continue to listen in to the countdown net, and they said they would make a decision at T-minus 37 minutes. So in theory, about a minute and a half away from hearing the update. We will expect either to hear go for launch or potentially a scrub. We're hoping for go for fueling. That's what we want to hear. Which Falcon 9 gets loaded up with super cooled propellants, RP1, rocket propellant 1, as well as which is a refined form kerosene, along with liquid oxygen. It is super cooled, and they load it, as you see, from the countdown at only T-minus 35 minutes when they would begin, very, very fast. At this point...
Let's wait for that call out then.
Yeah.
It's that nerve-wracking kind of feeling of like, what are they talking about? I will pay to be a fly on the wall there at the Launch Control Center and be able to see what they are talking about, what are their deliberations and things like that. Super interesting always to know more, of course.
Absolutely, and of course we should be getting word any second now. As soon as they begin, we will listen in with you. The weather
Dragon
otherwise...
SpaceX, at this time your go for 6.4 arm launch escape system. Team is confident that we understand the issue well enough to proceed into LES arm, and it's within existing analysis.
Yes.
Dragon copy. Go to close seat visors. Visors closed, so we are arming the launch escape system.
Copy.
Ooh, that's what we wanted to hear. Sounds like
There
they've
you
seen
go.
this on previous vehicles, and they are confident that it worked last time, and based on what they're seeing, it's not a concern for this time. But of course, you want to take, if you have the extra time, take the extra time to look at it and make sure that you understand it.
Mm-hmm. Again, we're launching Crew. This is not a Starlink mission or anything like it. They need to take a lot of care.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
There we go.
Waiting to see if they copy. Well then, at this point, the vehicle, if needed, could use its launch escape system to get away from a rocket if something were to go wrong. From now, all the way through the ascent abort corridor. Just basically the entirety of the eastern United States, ending around Shannon, Ireland.
In 9:30 seconds, we shall have that start of the propellant load with the automated countdown sequence. It's an automatic process, and so usually when that starts, it just goes through and initiates the propellant load sequence. But let's listen into that call out because it's usually about a few seconds after that. See,
listen.
a few seconds,
Propellant load has started.
and there we go. That's great news.
Right on time. So at this point now, the vehicle is getting its RP1 and liquid oxygen loaded into the vehicle. Both are currently being loaded on the first stage. RP1 is currently being loaded on the second stage, and following a vent at T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds, we will then see it fill up with the oxidizer.
We should start seeing... Go ahead.
No, at this point, as you mentioned, we probably should be seeing frost very soon.
Yep, in about 3 minutes after that, we essentially see always that liquid oxygen, because when they start loading the booster liquid oxygen tank, you still have like the transfer tube, you have the common bulkhead needs to be loaded, and then you start seeing the frost. So you need to load it a little bit, and so after a few minutes of that propellant load starting, then we start seeing those vapors coming from the booster.
And for those of you just joining, worth a recap of where we're at so far at this point in the countdown. As we approach T-minus 30 minutes and counting, SpaceX and NASA so far are go for the launch of Crew-8 aboard Falcon 9, booster 1083-1, and the fifth flight of the Crew Dragon Endeavour on top. Their goal to rendezvous with the International Space Station about a day and a half from now, and then they will spend 6 months aboard the orbiting laboratory conducting more than 200 different science and data collecting tasks. The crew consists of Commander Matthew Dominick, pilot Michael Barratt, Jeanette Epps, Mission Specialist, and the other Mission Specialist Alexander Grebenkin of Roscosmos. Of those four, Michael
Dragon
Barratt is the
SpaceX
only
for a follow-up.
one flying.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, want to get back with you and chat about that LES arming time pressure. Summary, we saw a small crack on the side hatch seal at the top of the hatch. Main concern is re-entry heating soaking through a damaged seal. We do believe the crack is small enough to be bounded with margin by existing analysis, but the team is still working it and double checking. How copy?
Second copy.
That is quite the update that we just got there. There was concerns originally with the arming of the launch escape system, while the crew entered their capsule, and then they closed the door, closed the hatch, and sealed it up and pressurized it. At this point, it seems like that seal isn't exactly perfect with a tiny crack in there, which would be an issue in terms of melting that sealant away during re-entry. However, they have seen something similar on previous missions, and all was nominal. So for right now, they're going to continue to discuss it, but it is something they have seen before, and that we'll continue to keep an eye on throughout the count.
Mm-hmm.
A reminder, if you have any questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight, and we will do our best to answer as many of them as we can. I also want to thank... Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to mention that previously we were able to see the booster already frosty.
Yes, again, these propellants are super chilled, so they are very cold when they go in. And in doing so, they're able to get more propellant in there by getting them even colder than their typical liquid point, right?
Yeah, and I would like to mention this is the second SpaceX rocket that gets loaded with propellants today. Hopefully
Start of
this
stage
time,
one cryo-helium loading.
Okay, there we go. Hopefully this one actually, takes off the ground, because the other one was just a ground test.
True. The other one also using liquid methane or methane. This one using RP1 kerosene. Don't want to mix the propellants in the wrong vehicle.
Yeah, and that call out that we just heard about cryo-helium. So during the countdown, they load a little bit of helium into the COPVs that they use essentially for pressurization of the tanks. And now what they're doing is doing the last part, and they load it at very cold temperatures, and that's why they call it cryo-helium. They have a few other COPVs where it's like ambient temperature, essentially not cryoed helium, but yeah, they use this cold helium because the colder it is, the denser it is, and therefore you can pack more into the same number of COPVs. And it's good when you don't have to carry as many COPVs, because then that adds that essentially removes dry mass on your rocket and improves the performance. So that's what means the call out that we just heard before.
And now that we're under T-minus 30 minutes here, I want to see if we can reach our field reporter, Julia Bergeron, who is live, if we can have her here live from on top of the vehicle assembly building. Julia, can you hear us?
Hey, Sawyer, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
loud and clear. 5x5s in chat for that, I believe.
Well, welcome to the VAB roof crew. So some fun facts I learned today is your ears do pop when you're going up the elevator. The VAB does make a 90-degree shadow in the sky, which currently, if Max were looking at us, he'd see us at the Big Dipper scoop, the tip of the Big Dipper scoop. There is a shadow from this building, you guys. And I am so happy to hear your update that we are into fueling, because that is really exciting.
It really is. And how many people are up there with you, and where are you kind of positioned on the building?
We are positioned facing the rocket. So we are on the east side of the roof, overlooking the parking lot to the press site. This is level 41, or R actually, but right below us is level 41. We have a great view of all of the pads from here, to be honest. This is really, I'd say, probably the best view in town. So hopefully we get some good imagery from here. I'm excited.
We're excited to have you up there. Congratulations on making it up, and hopefully you get some fantastic launch photos. We'll check in with you again soon.
Sounds good, guys.
I cannot wait to see those.
Oh, yeah. The photos on that are going to be spectacular. You could see a little bit of tiny venting coming from the TE. That is totally normal. We expect to see that, right?
Yeah. That is often normal because they have a little bit of a... Basically, that's where it kind of has the stop there, and then it goes up into the QD on the second stage. We're gonna see that vent coming up here in 7 minutes. It's a lot of movement for the camera, by the way. But yeah, we're gonna see that vent coming up at high flow once they start the chill down of the line to the second stage.
Here we go. And I do want to thank the people who have been supporting us throughout the stream tonight. Ryan Hamstra with the tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, thank you for all the work you guys do, and thanks for keeping it family friendly. My 2- and 4-year-old love watching the streams with me, and I love knowing they won't learn any new words. Keep it up. I may have to teach them one bad word. It's an acronym. GUCP. The Ground Umbilical Carrier Plate. In the spaceflight world, it's a bad word. Howard getting item from the shop saying, do you think spring break will play a part in the launch schedule? You guys rock. At this point, I would hope that most of the people working in SpaceX have graduated. And I know that means that some people have kids at home, but SpaceX is a 24/7 operation. There is no downtime. If you can't make it, someone else will. So I don't expect to see a dip. The only thing that it could be causing a dip would be weather.
Yeah.
As we continue with fueling, Philip Howell asking, why does the Cargo Dragon have the same shape as the crew version? It doesn't have Super Draco, but it looks like it has the area cut out for it.
Yeah, we believe it's basically down to, as it has the same mold, the outer shape. Again, the interior
Stage
is
2
different.
cryohelium loading has started.
Okay, same thing as before, the cryohelium, but before it was on the first stage, now second stage. So essentially, as you have the same outer mold, the outer shape, all of the aerodynamics that you use for Crew Dragon can be used for Cargo Dragon and vice versa. So you don't need to have like a separate kind of a study or something like that for anything like it.
And quicker manufacturing too, if both of them are working off the same molds, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So for the people that are just joining as well, as we mentioned, this is the Crew-8 launch, about 25 minutes away from liftoff here at the Kennedy Space Center. Jame Winggood asking, what is the launch trajectory? So if people want to go outside along the United States, maybe some Canada, what do you got?
Yes, so Falcon 9 will be heading northeast for this launch. It is going to target the ISS 51.6 degree inclination orbit. And so, as I sort of mention always, It depends on where you are located. Obviously, if you want to watch launch, if you are south of that launch trajectory of the launch pad, then you have to look north. And if you are north, you got to look south. And depends on how north you are. If you are closer to Florida, it's to the southeast. And if you are farther up the coast of the United States, then you have to look southwest, because that's the direction that the rocket will be approaching you. It will not fly over land, though, but it will be hugging basically, parallel to the east coast of the United States. We mentioned before for the board options of Dragon, they have all the way to Shannon. So, all the way out there, they have that trajectory going. So you can imagine going parallel to the east coast of the United States and heading all the way to Ireland.
So yeah, if you live anywhere along the coast there, can't hurt to look. Sometimes the second stage especially will give off a spectacular engine plume, also quite visible at stage separations, which some people have seen and reported as UFOs. So if you see it, it's not a UFO. It is an identified flying object, and it is Falcon and Dragon.
Yeah. And back in the Dragon 1 era, you could even see the wings being spread out, and they had like covers on the side of those solar panels. I said the wings. I meant the solar panels, but it kind of looked like wings on Dragon. So they had these covers that would pop off. So you will see the Dragon itself with the solar panels unfurled, and then you will see another 2 bits side to side, and then another bit behind it, another bit of light. That was the second stage. So you will see like 4 lights. Information, and people are like, "Oh, this is aliens, UFO, or anything like it." And it's like, no, that's just Dragon, and it pops off things as it goes into orbit. So that's why you see that. This one, though, doesn't do that. No wings here.
It didn't drink its Red Bull, but it should still give you a good view along the coast. So if you're unsure, give it a try. It worked for me way back in the shuttle days of just going out to see if I could see it in New Jersey, and I did.
Mm-hmm. I've seen people being able to see these launches all the way up north, like Maine, which is very far up north. I haven't heard of anyone in Canada, though. Maybe if you are there, you can try. Yeah, why not? Challenge for Canadians.
There you go. Regardless, that booster will then come back to land at landing zone 1, so if you're in the area, make sure to keep an eye and an ear out for the booster returning back to landing zone 1 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So a lot of things to keep an eye on for this mission, and we'll have another one coming up in 1 minute, which we'll explain to you momentarily. But so far, the concern being that crack that was seen using a camera in the crew access arm was the concern for arming the launch escape system. They have since armed it. Fueling is underway. And at this point, they mentioned that they will be having continued discussions, but their initial finding is that they have seen this before on previous missions, and that everything at this point is still deemed go. But as mentioned, they will continue to keep an eye on it throughout the remaining 20 minutes and 45 seconds of this countdown.
20 seconds to the event.
Speaking of, the 20-minute vent is on its way. Those who see the launches know the hype. For those who don't, what's the hype?
And it's starting to appear already. There you go. Look at that close up.
Yes, so what are we seeing here?
Yes, so that
Stage
is
2,
the
RP1 load
showdown.
complete.
Well, first of all, they have already completed the RP1 load on the second stage, as you just heard. And now they're chilling down the pipes that go up to the second stage liquid oxygen tank. They basically have like a QD for both the RP1 and the liquid oxygen. They don't share the same line, though. They are separate lines, but they do this sort of to be able to have a separate kind of process there. And so the liquid oxygen line, as we tend to mention always, you're going to flow a lot of cold stuff through it. And right now it's at ambient temperature. Well, now obviously not, because they're flowing a little bit of liquid oxygen through that line. And, by doing that, they are essentially conditioning that line so that it doesn't have flash boil off as you load all of that liquid oxygen through. It boils off instantly, and turns into a vapor. You don't want that in a closed environment. And also, the material is a metal, most likely, and so it embrittles the metal. That's not good. Later down the line, in about 12 minutes from now, we'll have also engine chill. They do the same procedure where they flow a little bit of liquid oxygen through the oxygen turbo pump to chill down the engine, but we'll hit on that in 12 minutes.
There you go. And again, this is completely normal. It's also a good way to kind of tell how the weather is out there. Seems like there's not that much wind, given that it's kind of floating around as a cape, and any of the one that is kind of looks like it's going to the east-southeast. I hope we have Julia still here. Julia, what's the T-minus 20-minute vent like from the VAB roof?
I had the same thought.
What's it like? Well, honestly, I'd like to say it's more spectacular than from the press site, but it's the beautiful T-minus 20-minute vent, and it's always a welcome sight because it means we're only 20 minutes from liftoff.
That is very true. And yeah, I guess this is the view from the VAB camera provided to us, and it looks kind of like the regular 20-minute event, but still, as you mentioned, this is a significant milestone in the countdown at this point. Continuing along here right now, at T-minus 16 minutes, so we're still about a minute and a half away from having to say goodbye to this beautiful T-minus 20-minute vent here. But what'll be next? Because that's exciting too.
Yeah, so we'll have that T-minus 20-minute event going away again at T-minus 16.5 minutes, as you mentioned. That'll be the start of liquid oxygen load on the second stage. And, after that point, it'll be a calm 9 minutes where they go to the engine chill time at T-minus 7 minutes. Then RP1 load will wrap up on the first stage. We already heard it already wrapped up on the second stage, but now it needs to wrap up on the first
for an
stage.
Update. Teams are still working. Expect more words here in a few minutes, shooting for T-minus 10 minutes to get you a brief.
Okay.
Well, I guess we also have that to keep in mind at T-minus 10 minutes. Once they go at T-minus 5 minutes, Dragon goes into internal power. It basically switches to its onboard batteries. It also tries to align itself with the launch countdown sequence, with its basically its own internal computers. Switch to basically
Stage 2
start
left
talking.
head start.
Well, there you go. They start talking to each other. Falcon 9 and Dragon start talking to each other. Then the Stromback retracts. You'll see the cradle arms at the top will open. The Stromback will retract about 1.8 degrees. That's sort of the next steps that we're looking for. And as we heard from the callouts, at T-minus 10 minutes, they're going to have that decision, that little talk with the crew about what else is going to be happening with that issue that they were looking with the hatch. And hopefully it is all clear to go.
Yeah, it appeared that there was a small crack in the hatch. The main concern isn't so much for launch as much as it is free entry in case some of the heat were to get in and potentially melt some of that sealant. So that is why they are taking an extra close look at it. They did say they have seen something similar previously, but we'll see if that's enough for them to trust them to go for launch here, or if they want to take another day to look at it.
Yeah, and when we mention crack, without giving an actual dimension kind of size of how this crack is, we cannot say, oh, it is super dramatic or it's just basically like a little thing going on there. But as we mentioned before, even a little thing is a matter of investigation, of a study. They go through their pictures, they go through their data, and they try to understand if that is something that they can fly. And obviously, when you have people on board, you have to take the utmost care with your procedures. So it is a fair thing to do, and I'm glad that they do it because we have had in the past events where they were with Go Fever and things like that, but they really try to take care that no stone is unturned here, and that they're able to go safely, or as safe as possible, I should say, because going into space is definitely not a safe thing to do, but you try to reduce all your risks as close to zero as possible. Strapping yourself to strapping yourself to 500 tons of liquid oxygen and kerosene, that is not a risk zero kind of approach, but you can get as close as possible to zero.
Exactly. Sigmund asking, is there any fuel loaded into the trunk? Because we've heard the first stage and second stage.
Nope. And actually, the Crew Dragon, you probably see some of these views connections to the Crew Dragon. They don't load, none of those connections load any propellant on board. That propellant is loaded way ahead of time. Often it is about 3 weeks or so before the launch, and it is loaded at the Dragonland facility, as they call it. That is an adjacent facility at Cape Canaveral Space Forces Station. And soon we'll have Hangar X2 being part of the Dragonland, I believe. And so, yeah, the propellant load on Dragon is way ahead of time. Because as you can see here, you have a lot of boil off on these cryogenic fuels, so they need to be loaded as close as possible to liftoff. But Dragon uses hypergolics, which are room temperature, they do not boil off, and so they are safe to load well ahead of time, as long as you have protection, of course, but yeah.
Exactly, that's the key part there. So we hit 12 and a half minutes. It seems like a silly question, but it's actually not, from Patrick Leone saying, can the astronauts bring a Mars bar in case they have a little craving before launch? Before launch, not really. Everything is mostly stowed away, but once in orbit, they are allocated snacks. For months in advance, they work with the space food team down at NASA's Johnson Space Center, who've been making meals for years here, and now they're so much better. It's not toothpaste tubes. It's a bag that you typically inject with hot water, and voila, you have dinner. They go through all the different flavor profiles and taste them and pick their meals that they will eat on the flight. And of course, resupply vehicles can always bring up more, or ones that they didn't originally pick. So, just a fun food fact. Real quickly, I do want to thank Zeta Infinite for becoming a PadRat member. Very much appreciated. We are coming up on 11 and a half minutes now. This is where we're going to keep an ear out. They said they were aiming for the T-minus 10 minute mark to give an update on that potential leak or crack there. Or not leak, excuse me. It is a crack. Yeah.
Exactly, and the nerves are building up. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling super nervous right now. Not only because we're approaching that T-minus 10 minute
Dragon SpaceX for a follow-up.
Here comes.
Go ahead.
All right. We are confident that we understand the issue and we can still fly the whole mission safely. We're comfortable proceeding because the condition is bounding by existing analysis, as already mentioned. Additionally, we expect the gap created by this crack in the seal to close as the material will swell with reentry heating. And finally, it's on the lower heating side of the vehicle during reentry. The engineering team here is comfortable proceeding. How copy?
Dragon copy.
Okay.
Fantastic.
With that, Crew-8, confirmed displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, displays are configured for launch. Crew-7, this is Crew-8, we're coming for you. It's time for Crew-8 to relieve you of the watch onto the International Space Station. SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for you to cast off the strongback and launch Dragon Endeavour on its 5th voyage.
We copied all. Godspeed, Crew-8.
Great words there, calling out to the Crew-7 crew that's up on the ISS now. We're coming. He's very animated between the LD and that.
I believe yesterday Yeah, I believe yesterday, Andreas Magnussen, he said on Twitter X, I guess, he said something like Crew-8, more like Crew-late.
Oh, sick burn.
A pun from space. What about that?
If I could add one, I would launch a pun token on board this mission. So we're continuing now to the T-minus 9-minute mark. Everything looking good on the vehicle so far. Fueling continuing on both the first stage and the second stage with Crew Dragon ready on top. That update from the crack, as we heard, they expected to seal during re-entry. It is also on the side that has less heat as it re-enters, and also they've seen it before, so they have confidence that it will perform the same way. All that is good news.
Indeed. And again, it's something that we were mentioning before. For example, the sort of how it is connected to on a board. But remember, this capsule will stay in orbit for 6 months. So this seal is obviously a big deal to get right. And as the core mentioned on the countdown, it is also a concern. It was a concern for the engineers during re-entry. So obviously it's a big deal to be able to check through all of the data. And fortunately, they were able to look through, and it was cleared, and we're good to go. 8 minutes to go. Let's keep on going, I guess.
Exactly. The core, by the way, is the name that SpaceX uses for the Capcom from the previous days. So I believe it's Crew Operations and Resource Engineer.
Indeed.
7.5 minutes now. The vehicle continuing to vent, which is completely normal. And we are coming up on the engine chill. So can you give us a preview of why we chill the engines?
Yes, so precisely for the same reason that you chill that line up to the second stage for liquid oxygen load, you're basically flowing a lot of cold fluids through that line. The same thing with the engine. The engine has a liquid oxygen turbo pump where you flow liquid oxygen through it at very high speeds while the turbo pump is active. Before that, though, they chill down.
Engine chill has started.
There you go, engine chill has started. They open the pre-valves to that turbo pump so that they are able to flow that little bit of liquid oxygen through. And of course, it heats up, it boils off, but being at low flow, they are able to vent that out, and they have little vents on the octaweb where they can vent that outside as well. And so that is the sequence that they do there with that engine chill. They condition the engines. We're also going to hear very shortly, stage 1 RP1 load is complete, and that'll be all of the RP1 will have already been loaded on the rocket at that point.
And as we get closer to T0, Julia Bergeron, who was on the roof of the VAB, is going to work on getting us some fantastic pictures. Hopefully we'll have
Stage
those
1
to show
RP1
you
load
shortly
complete.
after.
There we go.
Just as you called it.
Almost like I've seen it this time, this many times.
T-minus 6 minutes and counting.
Now, I believe the next call out should be at T-minus 5 minutes. That'll be Dragon going into internal, and then after that, Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for Stromback retract. Those are the two next call outs that we should be looking forward to.
Let's hope. Yeah, that all beginning around T-minus 5 minutes, so just 30 seconds from now.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good thing, right? We have previous experience, we know what to expect, so when they actually call those out, we know that things are progressing as they should. And it is a good thing to be always, keep being on track and being able to be alert of what's going on.
Exactly, and those events should be happening in succession. Momentarily, we'll listen for the call out.
Dragon is then configured for terminal count. Falcon 9 tanks pressurizing for Stromback retract.
There you go.
Right on time.
And the next thing that we should see is that Stromback retracting right on cue. At T-minus 4 minutes, I believe.
and that is just a 1.8 degree lean away from the rocket. It does completely throw back all the way away
Strong
from
back
the vehicle.
retract has started.
There we go.
Disconnects a lot of the fuel data lines like that are linked into the ground, and also gives it room to lift off.
We'll visibly see that retraction though at T-minus 4 minutes. That's what I meant before. The callout comes at 4:30 because obviously it's not instantaneous. It's a thing it's a process, right? I guess you can call that the quote of today. It's a process. And also, as you mentioned, not only the strong back that does the throwback maneuver, but also that crew access arm, you can see it's not fully retracted, it's not fully thrown away. So at liftoff, it'll also move away as as the rocket clears a tower.
The reason they wait for so long is the event that the crew needs to open the hatch and get out of there. They can bring that arm over within a matter of seconds. 3.5 minutes to go to the launch of 4 astronauts to the International Space Station aboard Crew-8.
You can see there that Stromback moving away very slightly. Next thing should be stage 1 LUX load is complete, which should mean the booster will be completely fully loaded with propellants and ready to go.
Exactly. The vehicle venting from many places. It's super chilled, but it's super ready to go. Everything so far apparently
Stage 1 LUX
nominal.
load complete.
There we go.
At T-minus 3 minute mark. That means that stage 1 fully fueled there.
Next thing should be stage 2 LUX load is complete, and
Dragon
I'm
is
not
in
sure
terminal
if we-
count and is on internal power.
that was the other thing that I was going to mention. The confirmation that the Dragon is internal power and in countdown, and also sometimes we get some words from the commander as well.
Exactly, and that is all as we're expecting here so far, looking good. We approach T-minus 2 minutes, and in doing so, that also activates all the onboard flight computers to help control the majority of the flight. The Falcon 9 booster will do that as well, where it will enter startup, as it's called. The onboard computers will take control of the count. It's also when they will pressurize the tank.
Stage 2 LUX load complete.
There we go.
The vehicle is fully loaded. We are now 90 seconds away from the launch.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Auto idle. That's good. Gas closeouts.
Ground gas closeout, expect loud venting.
Here we go.
Hear that mission?
Wow. I love that.
Very loud venting. Coming up on flight tank pressurization, and the Falcon 9 first stage taking over.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling. Dragon is in countdown.
There we go, T-minus 50 seconds. Any moment, we should hopefully hear a go for launch.
Dragon,
Launch
SpaceX,
direct.
go for launch.
Dragon copies. Go for launch.
With the enthusiasm there, go for launch as we approach T-minus 30 seconds now.
T-minus 30 seconds.
We are definitely go for launch here as well at NSF.
I will let the NASA voice there take over for the time being, and we will talk to you, hopefully, once the vehicle is airborne.
15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, engines full power, and liftoff of NASA Crew-8. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
Vehicle's pitching
One
downrange.
Alpha.
Copy 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
nominal power and telemetry. Stage 1, throttle down. Falcon 9 is supersonic. Stage 1, throttle up.
1 Bravo.
Copy 1 Bravo.
That is the call out of if they were to need to abort, that would be the next zone. It is called 1 Bravo, and there will be more call outs similar. Each of those are if something were to happen at that point, that is where they would splash down.
And that's the same process as well for the MVAC engine with that chill down underway. I love the enthusiasm from the commander.
And fantastic close up there from Max with our new tracking camera.
I love it.
Again, the next big milestones will be coming up in rapid succession with Miko at T plus 2 minutes 27 seconds. Followed a few that is main engine cutoff when the 9 Merlin 1D engines shut down. That is followed by stage separation. And then SES 1, which is second engine start 1. And at that point, the first stage will begin making its way for a
Stage 1,
landing
throttle
at
down.
LD1. Let's listen in.
Miko. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition.
2 Alpha.
Copy 2 Alpha.
Look at that, the plume interaction
Wow.
with the first stage performing that
The
boost
Falcon
background.
Nebula.
Unbelievable. Again, second stage continuing on, the first stage slowing itself down to basically turn back towards the Cape. Holy smokes, that's gorgeous. It's something that if you get to see it in person, it is one of the most amazing things, and Max with a great capture of it. As we continue to look on board, everything proceeding as planned at T plus 3 minutes 30 seconds. Reminder, there is no fairing separation for this, as there is no fairing around Crew Dragon.
But we have a very shiny orange MVAC engine, and we're probably going to be hearing now every minute they call out that trajectory is nominal.
Dragon
I'm waiting for it.
trajectory nominal.
There we go. Every minute they do that
Dragon.
to keep the crew. There we go. So in about a minute, we'll hear another one, and again, every single minute until they have second engine cutoff on the second stage, and they go into orbit.
We're talking about 25,000 kilometers an hour. To send this thing towards
27,000.
Sorry, 27 to get to the
Exactly.
ISS. I tried metric. I'm sorry.
I know it because of the Starlink missions. I already have ingrained in my brain how fast they need to go into orbit. It's always the same, but it doesn't really change that much if you're going to the ISS.
The next major milestone that we'll be expecting will be that entry burn, where it fights fire with fire to slow itself down. However, it is a lot shorter, as this will only be using a single engine as opposed to the usual 3
Dragon
at this point
SpaceX
in the
trajectory nominal.
There we go.
Dragon.
It's always good to hear, though.
Yeah. And as I was saying before the launch, it's always good when we have this sort of awareness of what is coming up next, because when it happens, it's that relief of, oof, yes, it happened. Things are going well. Things are going the way that they should be. And of course, we're already used to Falcon 9 doing its job and Dragon doing its job. But when you have people on board, it's this nerve-wracking feeling that, ooh, boy, they're going into orbit now.
That is true. We're at 5.5 minutes. That means we're under a minute away from that first stage entry burn, which typically those are about 20 seconds. In this case, it is expected to be no more than 11 seconds, but as we've seen with previous crew missions, it'll be
trajectory
shorter.
nominal.
Dragon.
I love that they just skipped copy and just go Dragon.
Is our camera on the left? Maybe Patrick can say on the back channels if that's our camera on the left is still tracking the second stage.
It is not, but it is still a good view.
Oh well.
Stand by for the bird. It'll be quite hard to see through the static there. That appears to be nominal. Is it now?
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon.
Looking good so far. And that nominal call out as expected. Meanwhile, the booster keeps going down to landing.
Which that landing burn should begin in approximately 30 seconds. And that will be followed about a minute after landing by second engine cutoff, SECO 1. There's the burn. Landing leg deploy. Sonic booms. Wow. Wow.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Holy cow, that was quite the sonic boom at landing, which is, again, normal as it breaks through the speed of sound, but 1083 now has a -2 at the end after completing its first successful launch and landing. Meanwhile, we should be coming up on SECO 1 approximately 1 minute from now.
That was a loud sonic boom. I love it.
My goodness, yeah. I'll tell you, surprised me. T plus 8 minutes, 15 seconds.
Stage 2 and terminal guidance.
Awesome. There we go, terminal guidance. It's approaching SECO. Terminal guidance is basically, it starts sensing when it needs to shut down. And it's almost like me trying to sense when I need to also shut up for the callouts.
Shannon!
There's the Shannon aboard mode.
Copy Shannon.
That is Ireland, not the person Shannon.
MVAC shutdown.
There it is. The engine shutting down. Its job at this point, essentially complete.
And the Crew-8 is
nominal
now...
orbit insertion.
Dragon copies.
Amazing.
Launch escape system disarmed.
At this point, they wouldn't need to do any special deorbit at this point, now that they're in space. And you could see sort of the bottom there in the previous view of the trunk of Crew Dragon. This is a view inside. They have the astronauts. And at this point, in a couple of minutes, they will separate the Dragon from the second stage of the Falcon 9, and that will be followed by the all-important nose cone open sequence, which is significant in that has the docking port, it has communications gear, and other laser guidance inside there.
And I believe they're shortly coming up, well, shortly. In a few minutes, they should be coming up on an orbital sunrise. So maybe we'll get to see the thruster firings.
There's the view inside the interstage looking up at Dragon.
Yeah. Watch out for those. Once Dragon separates, it fires off the Draco thrusters to sort of prime them, make sure that they all work. And it's always a cool view. It's even cooler when people are on board, of course.
Oh, always. Everything there looked like a good climb uphill. The next thing is to set Dragon free. Endeavour's next destination, the International Space Station, approximately a day and a half from now. Flipping through the gorgeous views in space here, too. There's another look inside the Happy Crew. Haven't seen the zero-G indicator just yet.
You can see some of the markings as well there on the back shield of the trunk. That's sort of to protect the heat shield on the capsule, which is up top.
Exactly, and the trunk has pressurized and unpressurized sections as well. We will be seeing the unpressurized section once we get to separation here, which should be happening any moment now.
Oh, there we go.
Beautiful. Now you can clearly see the trunk and Crew Dragon on its way.
Dragon, SpaceX. Dragon, SpaceX, this is your launch chief engineer. Welcome to orbit. It truly is our greatest honor for you to trust us to launch you into space. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we trust that all the science and work you're about to do will continue to move humanity further towards the stars. We hope you enjoyed the ride, and thank you for flying on Falcon 9. Please send our regards to Crew 7, and make sure to remind them you just wanted to be fashionably late. I'll hand it off to the launch director for a few words.
Dragon LD, I hope the ride was as awesome as a Cybertruck. Have a safe journey to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX, oh my goodness, what an incredible ride to orbit. I'm both glad and not glad that you don't have a copy of our ICS. The cheers the whole way up were incredible. A big thank you to SpaceX for incredible instructors. Tyler, I'm talking to you and your team right now. Incredible instructors, engineers, and operators. They're the reason we are now safely in orbit. A thank you to NASA, Roscosmos, CSA, ESA, JAXA, who work together to make the International Space Station work for us all. And of course, big thank you to my family, friends, and mentors who are the reason we're here today. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, hey, it's just to let you know, it's kind of like a roller coaster ride with a bunch of really excited teenagers. Just want to mention the NASA community is just a really warm but steely-eyed family that does amazing things, and it kind of hugs you, but it pushes you into the unknown while watching your back. It's really been an incredible place for me to grow over these past 30-plus years, and now I'm really honored to fly this new generation spaceship with this new generation crew. Thanks to my own family for tolerating my otherworldly habits. Thanks to NASA for being the backbone of exploration that we are. And just thanks so much to our friends and colleagues at SpaceX for the awesome ride. It's great to be back in space again.
And I would like to second Mike and Matt's words. I'm super excited to be here. And, I need to here, and the words that come to my mind is that I'm so grateful and I'm thankful for everyone who got us to this point. There's no way we would have been able to do this without all the people, from all the instructors, from all the people supporting on the ground, to the folks in the kitchen who kept us fed, and moves out at SpaceX. I'm so grateful for everyone, and I just want to give a big thanks to my family and friends who came from all over the world to see this. Thank you for supporting me through all the days of waiting to get to this point. Thank you for everything, and I want to give a quick shout out to my sisters who couldn't make it, Brenda and Patty, and then I'd also want to give a nod to Syracuse who supported me through everything, and I am in a New York state of mind right now. It is amazing. Thank you for everything.
Warm greetings to everyone from the orbit. I would like to express huge gratitude to Roscosmos, NASA, ESA, JAXA teams, and all who took part in preparation and implementation. A separate shout out to my family and friends. Thank you for your support. My sons, Сережа, Vlad, Sasha, be good. Кузбасс, Москве. See you soon. Всех тепло приветствую с орбиты. Выражаю огромную благодарность коллективу Роскосмоса, НАСА и САДЖАКСа и всем без исключения причастным к подготовке и реализации нашего полета. Отдельный привет передаю своей семье и близким. Спасибо вам за поддержку. Сыновьям Сережа, Влад, Саша, будьте молодцами. Кузбасс, Москве, до встречи.
Dragon, we copied all, and we see the vehicle chasing down the International Space Station on orbit. Nose cone opening is in progress. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. With that, your go to raise visors. And I've got one final note. We have a tradition on board this spacecraft for its travelers to bring a small token, a zero-G indicator, if you will, to clearly demonstrate the free-floating nature of objects traveling in orbit around the Earth, and I wonder if you've brought anything fitting that description.
Well, you should ask. Oh, man. So per tradition, we, of course, have a zero-G indicator. It's already been deployed. The significance of our zero-G indicator is not actually what it is, but who chose it. Many parents around the world have jobs that take them away from their children and families for long periods of time to serve their communities, their country, and the world. Military families are a prime example, but many jobs, including our own, share this trait. The choice of the zero-G indicator was given to my daughters to represent the sacrifice that children everywhere make while their parents are serving away from home. We chose a stuffed family dog, and she is free-floating here today.
Matt, we copied all. Good words. I think we don't have video inside the capsule. We'll have to come back with you in a minute for a video of that stuffed dog.
No worries, thanks.
Hopefully we get that view soon. In the meantime, this is a view of the nose cone opening at the front of the Dragon capsule. Those are some special words there, and shout out Syracuse, Jeanette Epps, representing well. Sorry, it's just a personal note there, as someone who went to school there. And again, as we mentioned, that nose cone opening, super important. So everything continuing, it appears, at this point, to go smoothly. Here's a look where Dragon currently is in relation to the International Space Station. Basically, it's going to be playing catch-up as the ISS nears Australia and Crew Dragon over the European area, approaching the Great Britain area there. And it's going to take about a day and a half to do that, with a couple of small burns as well to kind of adjust it, get them to said point where they will end up meeting up just under the International Space Station in what's known as a keep-out zone, which is basically an imaginary circle around the ISS that is used when visiting craft arrive. They have to do certain checkouts first, and then that's when they allow Crew Dragon inside the keep-out zone. And there is that strong back still fully thrown back. Boy, we got a lot of support during that stream that I really want to make sure we hit. Anonymous, thank you for the purchase from the shop. A-Train Games, asking about potential of a vertical concrete panel to hold up to shockwave. Ryan Hamstro, the $20 tip, saying thank you for all you guys do. Oh, we read that one already. Zeta, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Zubird saying I could see Elon launch during the eclipse. We'll have to see. Peter Shaw saying, can we get NSF livestream funniest clips video? That's whenever I'm on. It's always the funniest clips. I'm kidding. Mark, item from the store saying, rockin' another flight.
You're kidding about being funny or about being on NSF Live only?
No comment to either. Saying go NSF, Crew-8, SpaceX, and NASA.
Dragon, SpaceX. We see a nominal nose cone opening, TCS, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts. And we see an upcoming burn in 23 minutes, 2-3.
That is very good news there. Yeah, we'll see if we can see the puppy flying around. That is their zero-G indicator on this one. Roger Martin for the store saying go Crew-8. Dulthimer, thank you for the super chat. IFT3, soon TM. Minecraft Charles Gaming, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Apparently twice. Jirwa saying hypergolics and safe are two words not frequently heard together. But in this case, as you can see, they're in orbit, and there is the zero-G indicator, the toy dog.
Oh.
It's adorable. It's so fluffy. And you can see they're working through some of the checklists on board those touch screens. As mentioned, they prepare for another burn about 23 minutes from now. Brian Green, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Roseanne DeVasto with a $50 super chat saying, Grateful Andrea is away. There you go. Ken Schaefer, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Holy smokes, the back-to-back generous support there is amazing. Thank you. I promise that was not me talking. Knock It Off, thank you. Saying, do you happen to know how many cargo and Crew Dragon spacecrafts are in inventory? There's quite a few. We know...
Dragon, SpaceX. Cabin environment looks good for suit doffing, and we'll take the camera external here in just a sec. Your go for 4.012 suit doffing.
Strategy, copy the go, 4.012 suit doffing.
Which, fun fact, if donning is putting on the suit, doffing is taking off the suit. So that's why they will not be taking cameras inside as they change. Lee from the store saying, I've driven down for the first 2 launches. Just as well come for the third, buying the patches today. When do you think I should leave from Omaha, 19-hour drive? We have a whole video on that of when.
And Dragon cameras are exterior.
Copy external.
Cheering in the
Heard
background
some
there.
cheers, yeah.
Arval saying, got my Endeavour shirt on from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Love it. Wishing good luck and safe travels.
I just had a selfie moment after the orbital insertion because I was like, I really need to grab this.
Nice. Safe travels, Dragon Endeavour and Crew-8. Echo, thank you for the support. That, man, the bada boom from the booster landing, that was quite the sonic boom. Hal, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. That diabetic kid said, I could see the second stage all the way through shutdown from Charleston, South Carolina. Love the coverage. I'm glad you could see it. If anyone did see it, let us know. You know, tweet it at us, or if you're in the Discord, pop it in. It'd be cool to see.
Pictures, if you have pictures as well.
Yes, that too. Get me pictures of Spider-Man. Michael Oliver was able to see the MVAC just before MECO in Delaware. Great stream. Look at this. So many people getting to see it. That's fantastic. Stacy, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Mark, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Ben Brooks saying, first watch of a launch. Shout out to the commentators. If you ever get bored of rocket launches, comedy is definitely an option. That one I will acknowledge. Thank you very much for that.
Very bad comedy, though.
Watch it. Anonymous.
At least for me.
Well, fair enough. They're not all winners. In fact, there's very few winners, but take what I can get. Anonymous saying, thanks for all you do. Getting a couple items from the shop. Let's see what we got. Oh, we've got the hoodie. And we've also got... There we go. The patch for Flight 3, designed by Pauline, which is fantastic. And Corey, Lene, Carruthers, saying a little something for you and the team. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Toby Moser, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Capcom and above gets Discord access, so hopefully we will see you there. Now again, at this point, the Crew Dragon will make its way to the International Space Station. It's going to take them a couple days, but the actual docking is, I believe, scheduled for
3 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Eastern on the 5th. That will be 8 a.m. or I guess 800 UTC.
Yep, that is targeting the forward-facing port on the station's Harmony module, followed by hatch opening about an hour 45 minutes later, and then Crew-8 becomes a part of Expedition 70.
And around that same time, SpaceX is just that it's not only launching this mission. We have Transporter 10 out of the Vandenberg, but from the Cape, around that time, we'll have the launch of the next Astronaut mission out from Sleek 40, which we'll definitely be covering here.
We certainly will, and hopefully we'll see you there as well for that. But for right now, I want to thank everyone that joined us here. Julia Bergeron was able to join us for a little bit from the roof of the vehicle assembly building. Definitely keep an eye out on her social medias for some of those amazing images from the top of 562 feet, 160.3 meters. And then joining me on comms was Alex. Thank you for sticking with me through this amazing launch.
It's been a pleasure to be here with you and all of the people watching. It's always amazing when we have a crew, of course, going to space and also to the International Space Station. I'm a fan of these space stations, so obviously I like that we have these missions. And look out for the next one again on basically tomorrow night is that Astronaut mission.
There you go. Behind the scenes has been Patrick Cahoon, who's been pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, bringing these amazing views to you, and some of that sound as well. So shout out to Patrick for that, as well as Max operating a super zoom tracker, utilized for the first time during this flight. And boy, it was gorgeous views. I have been your host, Sawyer Rosenstein. We are happy that Crew-8 is now in orbit, on their way to the International Space Station. And hopefully, we will see you again for the next launch. Until then, have a great day, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, Atlantis.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go. Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.